다시 한번
May I have your attention, please? Momentarily, the session will be beginning. We kindly ask all distinguished guests to come inside and take your seat. For the smooth proceeding of the event, please set your mobile phone to silent or vibrate mode. Simultaneous interpretation in Korean and in English will be provided throughout the event. Please use your receiver provided at your table. Channel number 1 is for Korean, number 2 is for English.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance. We have simultaneous interpretation for you today. Please use the receivers and tune into channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 여러분,
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings, welcome. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm your MC for today's Munhwa Future Report 2026. My name is Jo Ju-yeon. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Celebrating the 9th year, the Munhwa Future Report has garnered immense attention for constantly addressing the core issues of our time and leading in-depth discussion to prepare for our future society. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being here with us today despite your busy schedule. Munhwa Ilbo contribute to society by carefully selecting the most noteworthy themes amid rapidly changing domestic and international situation, exploring solutions with top tier from experts from various fields and creating a public forum for discussion. The grand theme of the 2026 edition is growth and security in the era of superintelligence revolution. Today, humanity finds itself right in the vortex of change triggered by AI technology across global economy and society. society at large. Major countries around the world, such as United States, which dominate technology, capital, and infrastructure, and China, which mobilize all national capabilities, are putting everything on the line to secure dominance in super intelligent technology beyond just AI. Korea is also sparing no effort in government-level investment and striving to lead the international AI order. Today, we are joined by renowned scholars from home and abroad to diagnose the great transformation brought by the upcoming AI-driven superintelligence revolution and explore strategic directions for South Korea. At a time when the government, corporation, and civil society must think deeply together, we hope this will be a time that offers meaningful insight to all of you. Please also note that today's event is being broadcasted live on the Munhwa Ilbo YouTube channel. We ask our online viewers to stay tuned until the very end. Now, we'll officially begin the Munhwa Future Report 2026 hosted by Munhwa Ilbo with a big round of applause. The great wave towards the era of superintelligence. Rapidly evolving AI. AI everywhere. Transitioning to a physical AI ecosystem. A new tech war triggered by AI. All-out war for AI dominance and survival. America must win AI race. Targeting AI superpower status by 2030, AI development must not be monopolized by a single nation. Government mega project, 3 major mega projects. Number of a top-tier AI model by country. Cumulative private AI investment by country. Top 7 countries in Gen AI patent application. Advanced AI technology is the digital nuclear weapon. AI redefining the paradigm of warfare. AI become a critical variable in the ROC-US alliance. AI now at the core of national security. We officially announced the beginning of our large-scale AI investment initiative to the world. What are the Korea's tasks and future in the era of superintelligence revolution? An eye on the future, Munhwa Future Report. Growth and security in the era of superintelligence revolution. Strengthening AI sovereignty condition for becoming a new power country. Lost Award. Carl Benedict Prey. Session 1, Strengthening AI Sovereignty. Conditions for becoming a major country. Technology reshaped the security paradigm. Calling card. Scott Herod. Technology reshaped the security paradigm. An eye on the future, Munhwa Future Report diagnosing growth and security in the era of superintelligence revolution. Thank you so much. Before we begin the event, would I like to introduce our distinguished guests who have taken out their precious time to honor the occasion. Please give a warm round of applause as they are introduced. Speaker Jo Jung-sik of the National Assembly. Honorable Han Byung-do, member of the National Assembly. Thank you. Chairman Chang Dong-yeol from People Power Party. Thank you. Director Kim Yong-bom of National Policy. Thank you. Chairman Song Seok-jun of the Foreign Affairs and Unification Committee. Honorable An Chul-soo, Member of the National Assembly. Thank you. Honorable Choi Young-do, Member of the National Assembly. Thank you. Honorable Yoo Young-won, Member of the National Assembly. Thank you. Honorable Park Chung-kwon, Member of the National Assembly. Honorable Park Chun-tae, a Member of the National Assembly. Thank you. Mr. Song Kyung-sik, the Chairman of the Korea Enterprise Federation. Vice Chairman Kim Chang-bum of the Federation of Korean Industries. Executive Vice Chairman Lee In-ho of Korea International Trade Association. Thank you. Executive Vice Chairman Oh Gi-young from Korea Federation of SMEs. CEO Jo Yong-byung from Korea Federation of Banks. President Yang Jong-hee of KB Financial Group. Thank you. CEO Jin Ok-dong of Shinha Financial Group. CEO Ha Myung-ju of Hana Financial Group. Chairman Im Jong-ryung of Uri Financial Group. Thank you. Chairman Oh Ha-kyung of Korea Federation of Saving Banks. Thank you. Chairman Yoon Young-kwan from the Asan Institute for Policy Studies. Thank you. Mr. Kim Tae-gu, the Federation of Korean Doctors. Mr. Kim Yoo-seong from the Choi Jong-wan Academic Research Institute. Also, we are joined by prominent speakers for this forum. For the first session, the speech will be given by Russell Ward, Executive Director of Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. Russell Wald.
Next is Professor Carl Benedict Frey from Oxford Internet Institute of University of Oxford.
Is here with us today as well. Thank you very much.
For the second session, Mr. Colin Carr, former Undersecretary of Defense, will make a presentation.
Lynn Cull. 이어서는
Scott Herod, Senior Political Scientist from RAND.
Harold is here with us today. 1세션
The moderation for the first session is Professor Lee Jong-do from the Seoul National University. Thank you. Panelist member for the session 1 includes Professor Kim Dae-sik from KAIST. The moderator for the second session is Senior Fellow Lee Jung-min from CEIP. Also, he's part of the fellow researchers for the Asan Policy Institute. The panelist member for the second session includes Research Fellow Jo Bi-yeon from the Center for Security Strategy of Sejong Institute. Thank you so much for your kind participation despite your busy schedule. For all of you, please give a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you. Would like to give the floor to President Kim Byung-sik to listen to his opening remark to officially kick off the meeting. Mr. Kim Byung-sik will be on stage. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Forum Munhwa Future Report 2026. First, my sincere gratitude goes to His Excellency President Lee Jae-myung for his congratulatory message despite his demanding schedule. I also would like to thank National Assembly Speaker Jo Jong-sik and all of our guests for joining us today. My special thanks go to today's keynote speakers, Executive Director Russell Ward of Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, Professor Carl Benedict Frey at University of Oxford, former U.S. Undersecretary of Defense Colin Kahl, and senior political scientist Scott Harold at Rand. I also thank our panelist, Professor Lee Jong-dong of Seoul National University, Professor Kim Dae-sik of KAIST, Senior Fellow Lee Jung-min at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Research Fellow Jo Bi-yeon at Sejong Institute. Today, August 2026, we stand amid unprecedented change driven by AI. In 2018, Munhwa Ilbo launched its first Munhwa Future Report under the theme Human Evolution and AI Revolution. 8 years ago, AI was a future possibility. Today, it is a reality and key force driving the world. From morning to night, AI is embedded in our daily lives, industries, and society. AI everywhere is now a reality. We are now entering a superintelligence revolution where AI learns and evolves on its own, fundamentally transforming our lives, business, and national security. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the world has become a battleground for AI technological supremacy, with nations competing for their very future. Those who dominate AI will shape the global order, while those left behind risk technological and economic dependence. The US leads the AI race with its technological edge, while China is rapidly catching up by mobilizing its full national capacity. Korea, too, has announced massive investment in 3 mega projects aiming to become a global AI powerhouse. President Lee Jae-myung called this a decisive moment reshaping the global economic landscape, stressing that Korea must secure key AI capabilities faster than any other country. In the AI era, national competitiveness is no longer driven simply by capital and labor, but by ability to secure and leverage computing power, data, and AI talent. AI is also redefining national security. Our future battlefields victory will depend less on troop numbers or weapons and more on how effectively AI-enabled autonomous weapons and networks are operated and controlled. The ROC-US alliance must also evolve beyond military and political alliance into a technology security alliance built on AI and advanced technology cooperation. Distinguished guests, the theme of Munhwa Future Report 2026 is Growth and Security in the Era of Superintelligence Revolution. Our goal is to anticipate the transformation driven by AI and identify new opportunities for growth. This forum will bring together leading experts from Korea and abroad to discuss Korea's growth strategy and security in the AI era. Munhwa Ilbo will continue to provide a forum for exploring strategic pathway toward a better future for Korea and the world. We greatly appreciate your continued interest and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Kim Byung-ji, for your warm remark, which was about the words of encouragement and congratulation and the meaning of the event. Next is a congratulatory speech from President Lee Jae-myung. He originally planned to attend grace today's forum, but due to his busy schedule, Director of National Policy will deliver the speech on his behalf. Please welcome Director of National Policy with a warm round of applause. From now on, I will read his remark on his behalf. I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the Munhwa Future Report 2026. I'd like to extend my congratulations and encouragement to Chairman Lee Byung-gyu, President Kim Byung-jik, and his staff for preparing this meaningful event. Marking the 9th year, this year's forum's theme, Growth and Security in the Era of the Superintelligence Revolution, is a core issue the entire world is facing. Right now, we stand before the wave of the artificial intelligence revolution where AI is fundamentally reshaping the landscape of defense and security beyond just industry and economy. AI is both the core of new growth engines to lead manufacturing and industrial revolution and a new paradigm of security that will dictate cybersecurity and cutting-edge technological cooperation between like-minded countries. Recently, the government has presented a vision through the 3 mega project and San Francisco AI Declaration to establish Korea as a core hub for the AI supply chain and an AI innovation hub, and to become a model nation for an AI-basic society. Furthermore, from a security standpoint, we are pursuing a swift transition to a future system based on AI and advanced science and technology to meet the changing environment in the battlefields. At this critical juncture, today's forum, bringing together top experts and leaders from various fields, holds even greater significance. I hope today's forum will serve as a valuable catalyst for shaping concrete ways for Korea to safeguard both growth and security amid the new global order being reshaped by AI. Once again, I sincerely congratulate you on the successful opening of the forum, and I wish good health and happiness to all of you. Thank you so much. 2026, August 25th, President Lee Jae-myung. Thank you, Director Kim Yong-bom, for reading his remark on behalf. I believe President's meaningful message celebrating the opening of the Munhwa Future Report was conveyed very well. Once again, thank you so much for your work. Next, we'd like to move to the congratulatory remark by the National Assembly Speaker Cho Jung-sik. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Greetings. I'm National Assembly Speaker Cho Jung-sik. I sincerely congratulate on the opening of the 2026 edition of the Munhwa Future Report. This is such a meaningful occasion, and I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Lee Byung-gyu, Honorary Chairman, and President Kim Byung-jik, and their staff members for making this meaningful event possible. We're also joined by many prominent attendants, and thank you so much for being with us despite your busy schedule. Especially, my special thanks goes to overseas speakers. Thank you so much for traveling long distance to be with us. Also, I extend my gratitude to the moderator and panelists for session number 1 and 2 for your great contribution to the Munhwa Future Report event. Every year, the important theme was proposed by this event, and this time of growth and security in the era of the superintelligence revolution. This is such a timely discussion. The human beings, because of AI, are evolving by gaining the power of superintelligence, I believe. Superintelligence does not mean a barrier for us. Semiconductor, digital, and algorithm are the core assets we need to gain, and that will be a make or break asset for all of us. The future of AI will be defined by the sovereignty level of AI. The same goes to security as well. Robots' real-time analysis has transformed the modern battlefield into high-tech warfare. Korea is a divided nation. For Korea, AI, the use of AI is not just a theoretical issues, but a reality we are facing. The supremacy means deterrence in this time of AI. Thus, Korea need to have a seamless plan for the AI introduction and adoption. And if we proactively respond to the waves of technological revolution, we can make a leap forward. But if the history teaches us that hesitating to change and missing the timing leads to being left behind. Fortunately, Korea has a power. The global AI is running on the semiconductor we are producing, and physical AI in Korea are enhanced by Korea's top-tier manufacturers. Also, we have a power of culture as well. So if I combine all of those, we'll be able to be a main player in this time of superintelligence. I have no doubt about it. In this critical juncture, the National Assembly of Korea will use all its resources to support you. The National Assembly already enacted AI Basic Framework Act so that we can create a legal ground for AI governance for the first time in the world. We'll move boldly to make more investment into AI and deregulating the industries with new regulations so that we do not create any district divide any more than it should be. In this time of superintelligence, we will spare no effort. The discussion to be unfolded here would produce a meaningful outcome, and we will listen to it so that we can produce meaningful policies at the National Assembly as well. The future is not predicted. Future is a matter of choice and determination. I believe that today's forum will be a place where we can make a wise choice or faster choices for the future of Korea. Once again, congratulations on the successful opening of the Munhwa Future Report, and I wish success and health to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker Jo Jung-sik, for your congratulatory remark. This concludes the opening ceremony, and we will now proceed with the keynote presentation discussion. Please allow us to arrange the stage for a while and begin very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the keynote presentation.
미국 스탠퍼드대 HAI
For our first lecture, we'd like to invite Russell Wald, Director of Policy at the Stanford Institute.
HAI가 매년 발표하는
As the lead for AI Index, which HAI publishes annually, he plays a key role in planning and metric design and is currently conducting research on national AI research infrastructure, international AI cooperation, data and computing policies. Today, Director Wald has prepared lecture titled Insights from the AI Index. Let us invite Russell Wald.
Mr. Russell Wald with a big round of applause. 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Good afternoon, distinguished attendees. Thank you, Munhwa Group. As was said, my name is Russell Wald, and I am the Executive Director of the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. This particular institute is Stanford's interdisciplinary institute that has looked at artificial intelligence as a field not just of computer science, but more broadly, one that affects the economy, one that affects humanities, arts, security, broad understanding of the technology, and that the fact that it is an interdisciplinary field. Today, I will share with you our signature annual report, which is known as the AI Index. The index is the authoritative report that measures the progress in AI. It is in its 9th edition, and it is an annual report. And we do this study broadly from research and development, technical performance, economics, and even public opinion, to name a few chapters. This report is put together by a variety of stakeholders and researchers and is taken with great care and rigor. I'd like to recognize Shah Shahjareh, the head of the AI Index, who was a big help in creating this particular report. Before I begin, I want to put some caveats out there. This report is retrospective. It looks backwards at what is happening in AI. So, for example, you will see that there are models in here that are not being talked about that were not released prior or after March of 2026. At the speed of AI, much has changed in just a few months. But what this report does allow for us to understand is it confirms trends, and it tells us more, instead of telling us more precisely what is happening today. The through line of this year's report is a single observation. AI is scaling faster than the systems built to absorb it. Governance frameworks, evaluation models, education systems, data infrastructure. This theme runs throughout. In all of these areas, what we see in every chapter is the empirical condition that the policy and business community is now operating in is one with where we are not caught up. Simply put, globally, our societal systems are not adapting to the rapid changes of AI. We'll start with how fast adoption moved in 2025. What we'll see in the first slide is generative AI reached roughly 53% of population-level adoption within 3 years, faster than the personal computer and faster than the internet. It's an important caveat here to understand that the leaders in AI development are not always the leaders in AI use. Despite leading the world in AI investment, the US ranks 24th in population-level adoption at 28%, whereas Singapore and the UAE exceed 54% and 61% respectively. On the investment side, global corporate investment in AI more than doubled in 2025, the biggest single-year jump on record. Money is following the technology, but it is accelerating it, not stabilizing it. Organizational adoption hit 88% in 2025 after stagnating between 2017 and 2023. Generative AI specifically tracks just behind at 79%, nearly catching up to all AI adoption in just 2 years. So, who is actually building these systems? Industry now produces over 90% of notable AI models in 2025. That's up from over 60% a decade ago. This matters because academia, which historically did long-term foundational research, helped bring us this moment in AI in the first place. But the question is who will train the next generation? Where will we get the next basic fundamental research in this particular space? Major implications for the AI ecosystem will exist when frontier sets the pace on, when industry sets the pace on frontier work. Compute is racing ahead. 3 times year-over-year growth in training in compute since 2022. The US has over 5,400 data centers, more than 10 times any other country. And a critical choke point worth flagging, nearly all leading AI chips are fabricated by a single Taiwanese foundry, TSMC. The infrastructure powering this scale up runs on a single supply line. So from here, let's take a moment and look at what the models can do, and let's more importantly look at what we cannot measure well. At the technical frontier, leading models are now nearly indistinguishable from one another. A year ago, the top 4 frontier models spanned 97 points on the ARENA leaderboard, which is a measurement of performance on AI. Today, they are separated by fewer than 25. So the implication is when these models are close on capability, cost, latency, reliability, then the governance environment may matter more than benchmark scores for which systems get deployed and where. And speaking of the frontier, it is jagged. The capability is no longer a single line. The systems can excel and fail at adjacent tasks. For example, the International Mathematics Olympiad was earned by Gemini Deep Think, and where they received a gold medal. However, the same frontier class models score less than 50% on reading an analog clock. So the frontier is jagged. We see these incredible performance, but at some of the most basic tasks, it is incapable of doing these things. AI agents are improving very fast on real computer tasks as well. 12% to 66% in 1 year on OS World. OS World measures agents using real operating systems and not toy environments. This is not a lab aspect. This is actually measuring what is happening in the real world. And it's approaching the human baseline of roughly 72%. This is the speed of progress on agentic AI task. But there's a counterpoint on all of this progress. And hopefully we'll talk about this more during the panel session. Robotics still struggle outside of the lab. just a 12% success rate on common household tasks, even as software simulations approach 90%. The simulation to reality gap remains very real. The physical world is harder than the digital one. This is clearly an important industry to the Republic of Korea, and we will hopefully talk about this more during the panel and what the implications are. So as the models converge, the tools used to evaluate them are struggling to stay relevant. Benchmarks are saturating faster than ever, and tests designed to be hard only a few years ago before models are now being surpassed by models. Even hard benchmarks, PhD level science questions, competition mathematics are being maxed out. So it's hard to know how much better AI is actually getting from year to year. Simply put, the way we are measuring frontier AI is proving to be flimsy right now at best. Another important thing to recognize is transparency is declining as well. Of 95 notable models released in 2025, 80 came without training code. The blue bar at the bottom represents open source models, and that is a sliver. Stanford HAI, the institute I help lead as the executive director, publishes the Foundation Model Transparency Index. And the average dropped on our particular transparency index from 58 to 40 this year, after improving the year before. So for policymakers and business leaders, this is structural. The empirical foundation for governance is thinner this year than the last, even as the systems being governed are more powerful. We know less, but they are getting more powerful. Incidents are rising as oversight lags. 362 documented AI incidents in 2025 alone, and that's up from 233 in 2024. So we see a steep curve over the last 3 years. And it's also worth noting that the reporting infrastructure for AI incidents is still catching up, meaning the real number is almost certainly higher than what we're seeing here. So now let's talk about this at the country level. Who's leading AI? Who's catching up? And where are the leverage points related to this? The US clearly leads the world on the inputs to AI development. In particular, the US private investment is in a key important part here, which reached nearly $286 billion in 2025. That's 23 times greater than China at $12.4 billion and 48 times greater than the United Kingdom at just under $6 billion. It's an important caveat for any audience taking a look at this. This number does not account for public investment, including China's government guidance funds, which likely closes the gap significantly. South Korea is number 12 on private investment on this particular data. Entrepreneurial activity tracks the same story. 1,953 newly funded US AI companies in 2025. That's 5 times that of China and 8 times that of the UK, with a 78% year-over-year growth. So on inputs, capital and company formation, the US is dominant. But there's a surprising story to be told here. The US-China performance gap, which was sizable in 2023, has effectively closed. As of March 2026, the top US model leads the top Chinese model by less than 3% on that arena leaderboard. My intent here is not to exacerbate an arms race framing, but to highlight that on raw capability, parity is essentially here. So if we were to go back to the previous slides, when models are this close, cost, openness, and deployment matter rather than the benchmark scores. So let's talk about public opinion for a moment, where we measure that as well. People do not expect AI to profoundly change their lives in the next 3 to 5 years. Excuse me, people do expect AI to profoundly change their lives in the next 3 to 5 years. However, in China, there is 84% view that it will change our lives, whereas in the United States it's 38%. That's a 46% gap on the same question. The world is not feeling the same about AI. Most optimistic countries are China, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore, with over 80% which are excited about AI. This pattern is consistent year over year. Non-Western emerging economies are most optimistic about AI's role in their lives. Western advanced economies cluster much lower. Nearly 70% of South Koreans were excited about AI, placing them closer to global optimism than roughly 2/3 who also believed AI's benefits outweigh its drawbacks. So Korea has a much more favorable view towards AI. South Korea stands out in both frontier model development and innovation intensity. In 2025, it produced 8 notable AI models, 3rd globally behind only the United States and China. It also leads the world in granted AI patents per capita at 14.31 per 100,000 people. Together, these measures show Korea building strength across both AI development and innovation. So for the final section on the index, what AI is actually doing across science, medicine, governance, education, and the labor market. Capability is moving into high-stakes domains. Science and medicine are both new chapters that we've added this year. In science, AI shifted from accelerating individual research steps, protein folding, literature review, to attempting full replacement of the entire research workflow. In medicine, clinical AI moved from pilot programs into broad development. Ambient AI scribes are now scaling across major health systems, driven by revenue and billing improvements as by clinician burnout. But the evaluation gap shows here too a deep concern. One of Stanford's benchmarks, No Harm, found that even top general purpose models produce roughly 12 to 15 severely harmful recommendations per 100 open-ended clinical cases. That's quite significant. The gap between what we measure and what we deploy is widening in domains where the stakes are the highest. On the policy side, governments around the world acted on AI in 2025, but not in the same direction. The US shifted toward deregulation with new executive orders rolling back prior frameworks and a federal effort to preempt US state laws. Now, this may be changing a little bit in the last few weeks to few months within the United States, but that's to be determined. Meanwhile, more than half of newly adopted national AI strategies came from lower and middle income countries, entering the policy landscape for the first time. Across all these efforts, AI sovereignty has emerged as the central organizing principle, but the infrastructure underpinning sovereignty is unevenly distributed. Sovereignty is being declared faster than capacity to support it is being built. Economic value is real. The consumer value of generative AI in the US rose from 112 billion to 172 billion annually between 2025 and early 2026, with the median value per user doubling. On the labor side, about 1/3 of organizations expect to reduce their workforce in the coming year, especially pronounced in service operations, marketing and sales, and software engineering. Productivity gains are showing up, 14% to 26% in customer support and software development, respectively, but nearly a 20% drop since 2024 in employment among US software developers ages 22 to 25, even as is a growing concern, even as headcount for older age groups continues to grow. That's a kind of signal that requires a greater longitudinal study data to interpret well, and a good example of why measurement infrastructure matters for understanding labor market effects. In closing, for this particular portion, I'm going to talk about something else in a moment. The data this year does not point in a single direction. Capability is rising, adoption is unprecedented, but the measurement and disclosure infrastructure that policymakers, researchers, and business leaders depend on to make sense of it in several important areas are eroding rather than improving. The QR code will help give you information on this 500-page report. I thought it was really important for me to briefly share some of the work on AI sovereignty that the institute I work at recently just published. And so I wanted to share this because in the last few 6 to 12 months, we've had a big discussion on AI sovereignty. This year is becoming the year that abstract discussions about sovereign AI are translated into more concrete strategic investments and policy actions. But our latest report argues most actors, as of now, are not clear enough on what achieving AI sovereignty means to them. The term AI sovereignty isn't well defined and is often invoked in contradictory ways. Many invoke the term to mean full control or self-sufficiency in AI development. This reading is not always helpful. Complete self-sufficiency is impossible and would be counterproductive in a field characterized by multifaceted and independent supply chains. We find that these can be grouped into 4 major categories. National security, meaning the desire to ensure your critical infrastructure and supply chains are resilient. Economic development, meaning the goal of ensuring that AI is developed and deployed in a way that creates economic value. Regulatory alignment, meaning ensuring that the design, development, and deployment of AI is safe and adheres to local laws and regulations. And cultural alignment, meaning ensuring that AI reflects local cultural, linguistic, or social values and norms. Yet these goals play out differently across layers of the stack, and crucially, every country will inevitably and should care differently about these goals at each of these layers, prioritizing some over others based on their economic, technological, and political context and strategies. What works for one country may not work for another. For example, while some countries will prioritize designing and deploying their own homegrown high-performance LLMs, others are better off adopting and fine-tuning US or even Chinese-developed models to their local context or pooling resources regionally to co-design LLMs. While some might focus on building as much domestic compute capacity as possible to be able to build at the frontier, others may choose to focus instead more on ensuring widespread adoption of AI in a way that invigorates many sectors of the economy. This issue is becoming increasingly pressing as governments already move to try to localize their AI stacks. Yet, without clarity on goals, policymakers and industry leaders might miss the forest for the trees. For example, many are moving beyond traditional data residency rules towards broader local processing and infrastructure localization requirements in an effort to regain strategic control over AI systems and digital infrastructure. The core challenge is not about eliminating dependence, but about calibrating interdependence. Sovereignty should be understood as the capacity to shape and negotiate dependencies, not avoid them entirely. Thus, policymakers and industry leaders should avoid treating sovereignty as an end goal, but prioritize those solutions that expand strategic choice, and carefully distinguish these from those that repackage dependencies. Countries should give long-term resilience more weight over short-term control. That is, countries should, 1, leverage external capabilities where efficient. 2, build targeted domestic capacity where critical. And 3, lean into open source where possible. Open source development allows countries to approach the leading edge of AI development while jointly diffusing the value at home and retaining agency. Ultimately, an open source ecosystem is what enables us to obtain sovereignty not through isolation, but rather by shared participation. The key is not to have control, but instead to not be controlled by others. Open source is one way to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell Wald, for your insight. Thank you very much for the presentation. 네, 미국 스탠퍼드대.
So it was from Russell Wald from the HAI from Stanford University. We will begin the second presentation from Professor Carl Benedict from Oxford University. Professor Frey is a world-renowned scholar who has predicted the future of labor in the era of AI and an authority on future employment research, studying the impact of technological innovation on the labor market, economy, and national competitiveness. He served as a policy advisor to international organizations, including the World Economic Forum and various national governments. Professor Frey has prepared a lecture under the theme of labor in the age of AI, and let us welcome Professor Carl Benedict Frey. Please give a big round of applause.
Benedict Frey with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much for that very generous and kind introduction. Thank you for the honor of the invitation, and thank you for your hospitality. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today and talk about how AI is transforming the world of work. I started working on these issues back in 2011, 2012. It was a different world back then. IBM Watson was the poster child of AI, remember that one? Driverless cars were around the corner, or so we were told, and people with college degrees were pulling ahead of the rest, while incomes for high school graduates and dropouts were falling. The college-educated elite, the word seemed, was reaping the gains from technological progress. Fast forward a decade, and IBM Watson is a distant memory. Driverless cars, well, where are they? They're still around the corner, it seems, although material progress has been made. And people today are actually questioning whether going to college is worth it, because isn't it just the college-educated professions that are most exposed and that are most likely to be replaced? If anything, the past decade should show us that making predictions about AI and the future is a humbling experience, and it's likely to continue to be a humbling experience. But that doesn't mean that there is nothing we can say about that question. One thing we certainly got right in our first paper, where we tried to assess the potential scope of automation due to AI is that it's no longer the routine rule-based activities that are mostly exposed. Bottom-up machine learning means that a vastly greater fraction of jobs and tasks are potentially exposed to automation. At the time, we estimated that that's roughly 47% of the American population. The jobs that were not so exposed, we found, involved one of three activities. They were either intensive in creative and original thinking, complex social interaction, or perception and manipulation of irregular objects. Now, I think everybody in this room will think that, well, hasn't AI been making noteworthy progress on at least two of those, right? Well, chatbots are certainly very good today. I'm not going to deny that. And had we rewritten that paper today, it would most certainly capture that. But I think at the same time, if AI writes all of your letters and everybody else's, well, the first meeting becomes more important, because how else do you distinguish yourself in such a world? So there's going to be a premium to in-person communication. Secondly, it's most certainly true that AI has pushed the boundaries for what we consider to be creativity, and that AI is more creative than I am in a wide variety of activities. But the reason that it can write prose in the style of William Shakespeare is that Shakespeare existed, and we should not forget that along those lines. What I do think is striking, though, is that even though we've seen such material progress, it is still not showing up in the productivity statistics, and it's not showing up in the aggregate in the labor market either. Despite all of these advances in AI, we are seeing a global productivity slump, which is not just confined to Europe or Britain, where I live, but actually even to the United States, and perhaps even more importantly, China, even though China is not to be seen in this slide. If you look at the past decades, China's productivity growth has been negative by most measures. And so despite clear advances in a number of technologies, we are not seeing it transforming into higher material standards of living, at least as conventionally measured. Now, part of the explanation for this might well be we just need to wait and see, as has been the case for other technologies. It took 4 decades for electrification to show up in productivity. The reason for that is that we had to restructure our factories in response. Early on, engineers basically just replaced the steam engine as the central power source of the factory with an electric motor. It took decades to figure out that you can equip every single machine with its own electric motor, and you can then sequence the machinery according to the natural flow of production, which gave rise to mass production and transformed our economies more broadly. And I think some of those lessons still hold true for AI and for automation more broadly, because usually automation requires task simplification, right? There's no robot today that could perform the motions of a medieval craftsman. The way we automate that work was to simplify that work in the factory setting and then apply specialized machinery. There's no robot in the world today still that can, climb lampposts and light oil lamps as lamplighters once did. Right? The way we automated that work was by building electric substations and controlling those electric streetlights at a distance. And so that way, we often circumvent many of the real bottlenecks to automation, but for engineers to figure out that takes time, and AI is likely to be no different in that regard. But that doesn't mean that we will inevitably have to wait for decades to see an impact, because AI is not just about automation. It's perhaps not even primarily about automation. At least the kind of generative AI we have today still require human verification. That means that you need a human in the loop to fact check. And that means that for the most part, what AI is doing is simplifying work itself, right? So one thing that we see quite consistently across studies and settings is that in terms of productivity gains, it's the novices and low-skilled workers that get the most out of AI in terms of productivity gains. That makes sense. If you're Dostoevsky, you're not going to benefit a lot from ChatGPT and writing your novels, but if you're an academic who struggles to write, the benefits are more material, right? And so in that way, what AI is doing across a host of professional services is eroding barriers to entry in knowledge work and content creation. It's a little bit similar, actually, to what GPS technology and digital platforms did to transportation services, right? With the advent of GPS technology, knowing the name of every street in Seoul or New York City is no longer a particularly valuable skill. And then with digital platforms, matching supply and demand, basically any driver with a driver's license can get into their car and top up their incomes. And the result of that was not fewer people employed in taxi services, but more. But the result was also more competition, and the result was a pay cut for incumbent drivers who saw their wages decline by around 10%. The difference, of course, with AI is that it primarily impacts professional services, which are traded. And what that means is that if you look at some of the wage disparities around the world, even within the same company, you will find that an accountant in Egypt or Manila earns roughly an order of magnitude less than an accountant in New York City. What may be the consequence of that? Well, if AI is an equalizer, you would suspect that firms will begin to hire more in Manila and less in New York City. And we are beginning to see this anecdotally with law firms reducing headcounts in places like New York and London, hiring more in places like India. And that may also, in fact, actually help explain one of the interesting slides that Russell shared with us later. People in the West are more pessimistic about AI than people are in low-income countries and the East. And that may actually reflect a reality of reallocation of work across borders as AI enables greater offshoring. As I usually tell my students, if you want to understand the future of globalization, look to India rather than China, where growth has been largely based on service exports. Now, I do have some students that pay attention, and they will point out, well, name one other country than India which has grown rich through services rather than manufacturing. And admittedly, I struggle to come up with one, because it's true, in the past, basically every country we know of that has grown rich has done so by shifting labor from agriculture into manufacturing. But services is becoming an increasingly lucrative proposition for growth going forward. And I think a key reason for that is that one of the main barriers to service trade in the past was language. If you look at the location of most workers on digital platforms, you will find that they are in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, United Kingdom, and United States. If you look at where those vacancies were, United States, United Kingdom, Canada, India, Australia. What do those countries have in common? Well, the English language. And so if you trade in services, language matters more, but machine translation is gradually reducing those barriers to trade in services, which means that more countries, like Korea, can also increasingly participate in service trade globally going forward. And this is something that we see is that language skills across the board, the demand for them are in decline, largely as a result of advances in machine translation. And so we've been used to hearing that we're in a period of globalization, and that's true for manufactured goods. It's actually not true for services, and AI is likely to exacerbate that trajectory going forward. A second near-term impact of AI, I think, is going to be having people, having customers doing more things themselves. So back in the 19th century, many households had laundresses to do their laundry for them. Robots today could still not perform the motions of hand washing or walk down to a well and then hang the clothes to dry. The way we got rid of that job was through the electric washing machine, which did a very different set of motions, and then offloaded some of the work to the consumers. Housewives began to do the laundry themselves with the help of the washing machine. Now, when we published our study back in 2013 about the potential impacts of automation, the one example I would always hear suggesting that automation doesn't kill jobs, it just redefines them and creates new ones, was the case of the bank teller. Because as ATMs proliferated, operating bank branches became cheaper, and so we actually saw some growth in the number of bank tellers. That pattern has now actually been reversed, largely due to online banking, largely due to banks offloading some of that work onto the consumer, and as a result, employment for bank tellers has been falling. What we're seeing in numerous studies today is that most of the use of generative AI is actually not in the workplace. It's actually for non-work related activities, such as fixing things around the house, such as claiming benefits, such as preparing your taxes. And so many of the things for which we would previously hire a professional, we're now doing it ourselves. And that is likely to have an impact on the labor market too, beyond professional services. If I can fix the dishwasher myself with help of AI, well, the repair worker that I would previously have called loses a job. That impacts the manual trade as well. What is likely to take longer time to play out is the emergence of new industries and jobs as a result of AI. And here I think it's important to remember that all technologies are not created equal, and what we use technology for matters a great deal. So if you think about the technology like the automatic elevator, all it did was essentially replacing the operator. Compare that with the telescope, which as far as I can tell, would not have replaced a single person, right? What the telescope did was allowing us to do new and previously inconceivable things, such as looking at the moons of Jupiter. It extended our possibilities. Now, I'm certainly not against automation, but if all we've done since 1800 was automation, we would have productive agriculture, we would have cheap textiles, but that would be about it, right? No vaccines, no antibiotics, no rockets, no airplanes, no computers, etc. Most increases in material standards come from doing new and previously inconceivable things. Take the first industrial revolution. For around 7 decades, living standards were essentially flat as mechanization focused on textiles, just automating work that we previously did. Productivity and wages only really take off in the 1840s with the proliferation of the railroads and steamships and other new applications that created new industries and new activities for labor. And so the key reason that we are more prosperous today and have better jobs is that we use technology to create those kind of jobs, not just automating existing work. The greatest upsurge in material prosperity that we have on record is the post-war period. What drove that prosperity? Well, two key new industries. The automotive industry, which was the largest industrial undertaking that the world had ever seen. In addition to the car industry itself, it created a host of supplier industries that were needed to make the components that go into a car. It created new industries making the machine tools needed to make the components. It gave rise to road commerce, mass tourism, all sorts of new activities. And then you have electrification, where essentially every electrical appliance that you have in your house had an industry standing behind them, and they essentially exploded in this period. A lot of new work was created. And so the key question for us going forward with AI, is it going to be like the early stages of the first industrial revolution, or is it going to be the second industrial revolution? We don't know quite yet, and new industries tend to take time to materialize. But what I feel fairly comfortable in saying is that we will need more innovation in the field of AI itself for that to happen. So much of the progress that we've seen rests on old ideas and scaling them up, right? And scaling has taken us pretty far, but it also has some inherent limitations. And so one example that you will probably be familiar with here in Korea is AlphaGo, which beat the world champion Lee Sedol 4-1 back in 2016. Everybody in this room will have heard of that. What fewer might have heard is that 2 years ago, human amateurs using standard computers beat the best available Go programs quite easily by exposing them to positions and concepts that they would not have encountered in training. And so, what does this tell us? Well, if the world was just a static distribution of events, then you could most certainly brute force it, right? Through more compute and data at the problem. But the world is not a static distribution of events, it changes every day. And humans are extraordinarily data efficient. We can learn just from a few examples as we go along, right? An analogy that speaks to me, at least as historians, is with the steam engine. Because in the early days, the steam engine was extraordinarily energy inefficient. It was just used to drain coal mines, and even that it didn't do particularly well. It took James Watt's separate condenser to make the steam engine energy efficient. AI is still waiting for its separate condenser moment to be made more data efficient and permit it to learn the way humans do through just a few interactions. Another bottleneck has to do with interactions in the real world. So imagine you could travel back in time. You picked 1900. You took the LLM of your choice, and you asked it, will humans ever be able to fly? What would be in the training data? Well, basically a long list of failed attempts to fly. It might have looked to data on birds that flight is possible in principle. But even there's no bird that weighs more than 30 pounds that's able to get off the ground, right? Larger birds, like ostriches, are flightless. And so chances are that LLM would not have predicted human flight, just as the Wright brothers were taking off, running experiments in the real world. And I think that real world experimentation is going to continue to be as important as it has been going forward. AI has basically ingested about all codifiable knowledge that there is on the web. What it doesn't have access to is the tacit knowledge which is out there in the real world. And that's the kind of knowledge that companies are generating on the factory floor or in the office setting on a regular basis. But not all firms are equally placed to respond to those technological challenges. We saw with the computer revolution that the productivity gains from that were surprisingly confined to the United States and surprisingly confined to a few firms in the United States. What made the difference? Well, the difference was that some of these firms were more decentralized. They permitted more experimentation. They permitted people that actually used the technology and figured out new use cases to actually make decisions about what the technology was applied for, and it rewarded experimentation as well. And I think those lessons still apply with AI. At least we see a very strong relationship between AI adoption and firms having fewer layers. And so there is at least a link there. Now, I started my career thinking about AI from the perspective of what can machines do? I think that's an important question, but I think it's also only half the question. And so what I hope to spend more of my time on going forward is the question, what do consumers want to have automated? Because that's, at least that's important. We are quite happy to go to the self-service checkout, but we're not very happy to sit in a giant vending machine and have our meals in the evening with our families. We prefer the interaction with the human waiter. And so I have spoken now about the current state of AI, where you still need human verification. It's entirely possible in the future that if we have a lot of progress, human verification may no longer be needed. But even then, the extent of automation is going to be bounded by what consumers want. I don't care that chess computers are better than humans. I still prefer watching humans playing chess. I don't care that the car can run faster than Usain Bolt. I still prefer watching him run. And so there is a variety of domains where we still prefer the human to the machine, even if AI becomes perfect. And figuring out to what degree that will hold, I think will determine much in the future, including the share of national income that continues to go to labor and workers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Carl Benedict Frey. Yes, please take a seat on the sofa on stage. 네, 훌륭한 강연을 해주신 교수님께 다시 한번
Please give a warm round of applause once again to Professor Carl Benedict Frey. We'll move on to panel discussion. Following the discussion, there will be a Q&A session with the participants. If you have any questions, please write them down on the memo pads distributed as we will be collecting. So now I'd like to invite our previous speakers, Executive Director Russell Wald, Professor Carl Benedict Frey, along with Professor Lee Jung-dong and Professor Kim Dae-sik. So I'd like to introduce Professor Lee Jung-dong of the Graduate School of Engineering of the Seoul National University, a leading technological economist who has continuously shaped Korea's innovative growth direction. He served as a special advisor for economic science to Presidential Secretariat. And let me introduce the panelist, Professor Kim Dae-sik from Department of Electrical Engineering at KAIST. He's well known as a brain scientist of the AI era who raised the evolutions. After receiving his PhD from Max Planck Institute for Brain Research in Germany, he has explored the intersections of the human intelligence and AI. I believe we are ready. So let's check if the microphone works fine. Now I'll hand over the microphone to Professor Lee Jung-dong. I was just introduced by DMC and Professor Lee Jung-dong. In order to save the time, and MC has already introduced the panelists, so let's dive directly into our panel discussion. Let's begin. Thank you very much for two speakers for their great presentation. We have invited a very distinguished scholar, as was introduced. We are joined by Professor Kim Dae-sik, who has done a lot of research in the intersections of the human and AI. In light of that, I believe that you heard two presentations. One is about AI and sovereign AI, and second, work in the age of AI. It seems like two topics are very different, but actually it reflects the reality, a very important challenge faced by Korea and Korean people. So let's hear, first of all, from Professor Kim Dae-sik.
Thank you so much. That was such an excellent presentation from the two speakers. And I'm not the best person who can summarize those two excellent presentations, but I have some questions. If it is okay, could you speak in English if that is possible?
Very much for the nice introduction. So I was very excited actually to listen to your two talks. And instead of summarizing your talks, I would like to raise a couple of questions that just, came to my mind. And let's get started. So with Dr. Frey's presentation. So you mentioned that what really increased historically the productivity was not automation per se, but it was innovation, so to speak, humans being able to do something new. And that's, of course, totally right. My question is, now that AI is switching from generative AI to agentic AI, to harnessing engineering, to loop engineering, and I think we are just on the verge of doing recursive self-improvement, where the present-day AI is actually building the next generation AI. So in that sense, I guess my question is, the future innovation. So I guess the future AI, instead of just doing automation, if AI is able to invent its own successor, isn't that kind of a new innovation that will actually drive in the productivity as well?
So if AI is able to make new innovations and create new industries by itself,
Yeah.
that's certainly true, but that's not where we are. And so, there's been a lot of talk about recursive self-improvement. There are others that can speak to that more competently than I can, but so far we are not quite on that trajectory, it seems to me. I think there is a lot of knowledge out there in the world which is not codified, it's tacit. Yeah. AI algorithms don't have access to it. They're not out there in the world making real experiments. And I think that knowledge is really important. If it wasn't really important, then we wouldn't have the software engineer itself being clustered in places like the Bay Area, right? You wouldn't have to pay millions to get software engineers and millions to have some of the most expensive real estate in the world. And that is true for multiple industries. So when I begin to see more de-agglomeration, that's when I will start to believe that something fundamental might actually be happening with AI and innovation, and we have no signs of that yet.
Sure. Well, I mean, so I tend to be more optimistic about the future of recursive self-improvement, and therefore, at the same time, tend to be more pessimistic about the future of the human mankind. But yes, so that was an interesting reply. So a question in summary also to you, Dr. Wald. So you mentioned that one of the ways of keeping sovereignty, so to speak, in the age of AI is to rely on open source solutions. The problem I'm seeing is obviously the open source models are not as powerful as frontier models. So do you think that relying on open source solutions is the right way to go if countries want to keep their sovereignty in age of AI?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. I actually even would go so far and say that I might even slightly disagree with the way the US has developed this technology over time. I think that there has been this over-reliance at this exquisite level of the frontier side with the expectation that the dividends will be so significant. But what we see in the data is that roughly an open weight, open source model is roughly about 6 months to a year behind from the frontier. At that level, what we're essentially talking about is driving a Lamborghini to the grocery store when you could simply drive a Porsche to the grocery store. And if you waited 6 months to a year, you would be able to arrive at the grocery store with a Lamborghini. My point here is this over-reliance towards this very, very heavy, exquisite part towards AI is taking away from the idea of the integration within here. So one of the slides I presented, I noted that there was about I believe it's a 28% adoption rate within the US, which is quite fairly low. The true leader here is going to be taking the knowledge that you're able to get and apply it within your society fairly quickly and rapidly and diffusing it down there. Waiting, having a model and lead time of 6 months to a year is just not it's just a short amount of time. If it was a decade difference, we might be having a different conversation here. The other important part about an open community, and China has done this very well, is through an open community, you're able to spread the knowledge quickly and be able to build a talent base much more effectively in here. So I noted the part of where industry is leading away with this technology, but a lot of the industry is closed. It is difficult to understand what's happening. But if you have an open community that's robust and it's letting a bunch of flowers bloom as an alternative, and through those means, you're able to diffuse down much faster and have the diffusion go much quicker towards other people, train people more effectively. I have faculty members that I work with at Stanford that are leading faculty members in the field of computer science, but their students, their access to some of these models is much more limited because the proprietary nature of the closed frontier area. That's counterproductive to be able to spread and diffuse the knowledge, and so I strongly stand by an open community. Now, we can talk about the concerns about what some open models have. Bear in mind, it's also been demonstrated that even just recently in the last few weeks, closed models, or if we want to articulate them as closed models, have security concerns as well. So I remain a strong believer in an open community. It's what got us here. If we didn't have an open community, none of us would be here talking about AI right now. That was brought to you by academia and the foundations through open source research, and what that has been the pinnacle and foundation of what we have. We wouldn't be here at all talking about AI if we didn't have open.
Any additional opinions you wanted to share with the audience?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So I expect the staff members will deliver the question and comments from the floors. Am I right? Right, okay. So before I open the question and comments to the floor, I wanted to make a question to specifically to Carl and Professor Kim, and to both of you. So Keynes, told that in the long run we are all dead, right? So we can talk about 100 years later, future, but we need to be more concerned about the 5 years later or 10 years later. What would be the landscape of jobs by considering the impact of AI? So do you have any maybe bright future do you expect, or very dark future?
So over the next 5 years, I think the labor market impacts will still be relatively muted. I don't think we will see much in terms of outright automation. I do think, as I alluded to in my presentation, that we will see AI enabling more people to do things themselves. That may have an impact on incomes in particular professions. And I think it's quite likely that we will see more hiring in certain jobs, like accountants, for example, in places like Manila, rather than in London or New York City. So that may have a material impact on the labor market, but nothing like the widespread technological unemployment that Keynes talked about in his famous essay in the 1930s. I think we will also begin to see some new sectors emerging, some new products, but 5 years is not a very long time. And so I think historically what we see is that new technologies tend to lead to new products and new industries later than we see this first cycle of automation. And that can lead to some resistance to those technological changes as well. We saw that during the first industrial revolution. Everybody knows about the Luddite riots who resisted mechanization. But they were actually just part of a long wave of riots that swept across Britain, continental Europe, and China as well. And a key reason why industrialization in China was delayed by 2 centuries was actually that the craft guilds more successfully resisted mechanization than they did in Britain for various reasons. I found it interesting to see Russell's slide about attitudes towards AI around the world. And I think those attitudes are likely to have a meaningful impact on the adoption of these technologies. And so when we think about the labor market impacts of AI, we also need to take into account the attitudes of the population to a technology, because resistance to technological change can be very real. And we also need to take into consideration policies being put in place and political coalitions for those policies, right? And so the biggest shock to the labor market outside, of wartime was probably the Great Depression. The Great Depression is essentially what gives birth to the welfare state around the world. Social spending starts to increase. Why? Because new political coalitions emerge. People at the higher end of the income distribution realized that, I can suffer misfortune too. And so what you had as a result of that were people at the lower end and on the higher end of the income distribution banding together, demanding more redistribution. If AI begins to have a really material impact on the labor market, 1 or 2 things might happen. Either you get resistance, job protection, or you get safety nets and educational initiatives to ease the adjustment, and of those 2, the latter is clearly preferable.
Okay. Your argument is a little bit aligned with the flex security, right?
Yeah, I guess, in terms of the labor landscape in 5 years.
Phrase point.
Yeah, sure. Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No.
So I guess, in terms of the labor landscape in 5 years, I tend to agree, actually, with Dr. Frey that probably on the surface, we may not see much, actually. And I do believe that everything will be fine until it isn't. So I don't expect to see, so to speak, a gradual or a kind of linear change, but I would see a relative stability, so to speak, and they will be based on new regulations, job protection. For example, what's happening here in Korea is a lot of companies started to utilize agentic AI starting this year, and I've talked with a lot of CEOs, and what they are saying is that absolutely, if you use agentic AI, you immediately get a productivity increase of 20, 30%. The things that, where you needed 2 hours can be done now in 30 minutes. The problem is, of course, in Korea, there is job protection, so it's essentially virtually impossible, actually, to lay off employees. So essentially, that's not a solution at all. So what CEOs are saying is that they see an increase in productivity, but there's no increase in profitability, actually, because it doesn't translate into lower, so to speak, labor costs. So what they are doing is, instead, they are postponing your recruitments or your hirements. So there are less and less job openings, but there is no immediate impact on the labor market, but because, especially here in Korea, because it's simply not allowed. So things may be totally different, of course, in the US or in other countries, but as far as I can see here in Korea, probably even after 5 years, on the surface, relatively things will be the same, but there will be a lot of cost. I mean, someone has to finance, obviously, protecting unprotected, productive jobs. But again, things may be totally different in the US or in Europe, for example. Yeah. So, yeah, it might be interesting actually to discuss how the labor landscape might look different in 5 years in different parts of the world, for example. Yeah.
If I can make one comment there. I think one particular issue within the US, if we're using this as an example, is the US does not really have, in my view, a robust social safety net. And what happens when you may have one particular industry does make a first mover advantage, does have significant massive layoffs. What will happen is you could have a domino effect of a requirement by others to do that. So where I think will be very incumbent upon governments is where they're providing a social safety net in the event something like this happens. And I think that is one of the greater concerns for for nations that don't have that well established. At least when I say the US does have a social safety net, I want to say that, but it certainly isn't mirror that of what Europe may have.
Sure. Add some comments on flex security issue.
Sure. So before getting into that, let me just say one thing which I think is interesting. So the closer you are to tech and software development, the more optimistic I think people tend to be about the impact of AI, or at least maybe not optimistic, but optimistic about its transformative potential. Let's put it that way. And the reason for that may be that those people have better information, that are closer to the actual technology, but it may also be that many software engineers live in a world where there is little friction, right? If the code compiles, it was a good day. If it didn't, it was a bad day. I work in academia, right? I deal with friction from first thing in the morning to final thing in the evening. If you want to adjust the syllabus or examination to technological changes, well, I'm not going to bore everybody with having to go through all the procedures that you have to go through in Oxford in order to be able to do that, right? And so, more broadly, if we look around the world, basically every country could adopt modern technology and be rich and prosperous as a consequence. But most countries haven't done that, right? And that's because there is a lot of friction. And even in advanced economies, there is a lot of friction, right? So there's just no way that we're going to see this explosion of growth within a few years. We may see a significant productivity upsurge, but with AI, as with all other technologies, you need to deal with humans, their vested interests, and the institutions behind them, right? Google Translate is a great tool. I can still not use it if I want to translate my birth certificate, right? Because it needs to be certified by human translators. And there's a lot of rules and regulations like that in a number of domains. Going back to your point on flex security. So, as I mentioned in my talk, we are in a world where productivity has not been doing particularly well on historical standards, not even in the United States, but it's particularly bad in Europe and it's bad in Britain. I think one reason for that is that labor markets in Europe tend to be less flexible. So if you're Meta, for example, in the US, you can throw a lot of money at the metaverse and then you say, well, that was a bad idea, let's pivot to AI instead, and you can hire and fire accordingly, right? When SAP in Europe tries to do the same thing, restructuring costs are extraordinarily high, right? And so the cost of experimentation in Europe, because of more rigid labor laws, is generally higher. There are some exceptions to that. in Denmark, for example, where flexicurity essentially means that you have a relatively flexible labor market. You don't protect jobs, you protect people. And so you have a social security system that means that you have time to find a new job if you lose your job for about the first 2 years at least. But you also don't have these labor protections that increase the cost of experimentation and reallocation.
Okay, I got some questions from floor, and very similar questions to Ward, and actually 2 sets of questions. So Stanford AI report may provide information specifically regarding the competitiveness of US and China, maybe strength in AI. So what would be the prospect for US-China AI competition? And second question is that based on Stanford AI report, what do you think about the strength and weaknesses of AI ecosystem of Korea?
On the first question, you say that the prospect of between the U.S. and China in terms of cooperation or competition?
Competition.
Competition. Well, I think that we're seeing the competition is evident now, and we're seeing it happening at this moment. And in fact, China may be entering into a space with its open weight models to very effectively change the conversation within the United States right now and threaten the entire business model of that proprietary business model that I was talking about by releasing cheap open weight models and flooding the system with models that are open and open weight and nearly just as effective. The one important layer there that's really interesting still is compute. And what do I mean by this? Compute is not just about the training and doing the training of the system. It doesn't end there. There's this next layer of inference, and that is to consistently be able to run the system. So every time you do a prompt, you're engaged in an inference or querying the system, and that still requires a lot of compute to be able to do that. And that is a high cost, high energy, computational aspect that's needed. And inference may be the one, compute may be the one edge of where the US can still maintain this in this particular space related to that. But the competition doesn't just stop at that particular level of LLMs, large language models. One thing we haven't talked about here thus far, but an area that I'm starting to spend more time working on is, which you might be hearing a lot of, is physical AI in the physical space. But there's more to physical AI in the physical space, and that is what we refer to as world modeling. And to understand your spatial intelligence or your entire space and being. Language models don't look at this, and this is something that is not part of the entire aspect of this. And in fact, I've had 2 researchers, prominent researchers, one of them being the godmother of AI, go back and forth and argue in front of me the importance of language versus the importance of spatial intelligence. And in language, there was this debate I was watching between 2 academics in a healthy debate back and forth. And finally, the godmother of AI, Fei-Fei Li, retorts and says, "You can't put a fire out with words." And that's really important to understand that there is another layer of AI that is coming in the near future, and that is world modeling. And world modeling will help create simulation and understand the space of what we do in our physical space. That will have significant aspects from healthcare to AR, VR, to simulations, to robotics and embodied AI itself. And this leads to my next point, to your second question. What's Korea's role in this space, and what Korea has an opportunity for? So World modeling, the US and China right now have this competition that's going on in the LLM space. And there's a growing competition that's going on right now in the large world model space. This is new, it is increasing significantly. But when it comes down to it, the ultimate goal here for some of these large world models will be embodied AI or robotics. And Korea stands a great opportunity to be able to still be a leader in robotics and what this means. Korea has done phenomenal work in robotics, has had that applied sense. What's one of the most important things that I see here is what I was talking about and was referenced in my presentation, has been brought up a couple times, and that's public opinion. Korea is a nation that is ready to implement and to do in this space. Meanwhile, in the United States, we're talking about a backlash towards data centers and towards AI as a whole. And as we are in a midterm election year in the United States, this, I think we're seeing right now back and forth about AI and the political issues of AI right now. But in Korea, there's an appetite and an opportunity to do and to be able to advance significantly on this. And I think Korea stands a great chance to be this next layer within here of an applied part of artificial intelligence, not necessarily needing to be at the frontier. As I was saying, you don't need to go to the grocery store with your Lamborghini, but if you pull up in your Porsche, that's a great car, and you should be very happy. And I think in that sense, you may own other particular domains and industries and be able to take away a lot with robotics in particular. So I think that the area is very broad in this space of what happens next.
Okay. Professor Kim, I expect you've got also similar kind of question. What is the strength and weakness of AI of Korea?
I don't think we have particular
please.
I don't think we have particular strengths, actually. So I tend to disagree. And I think in order to have a very honest discussion about this, we don't need to kind of beautify the situation as it is. And right now, the fact that there is no societal backlash against data center is simply because people don't know about it enough, in my opinion. And there's a very, very strong kind of environmental movement in Korea as well. And I think the moment people realize all the environmental impact of data centers that are being planned right now, so the target is to build about 18 gigawatts of data centers until 2035, spending almost 10% of GDP actually on building this network of data centers. I do expect a lot of societal resistance actually against data centers very soon actually. So I think it's an evolving situation. So I wouldn't say that everything is, so to speak, being accepted here in Korea while there's a lot of political backlash in the US. Probably what will happen, what's going to happen in Korea, well, we are also having elections, I guess, in 2-3 years. That's going to be a big issue as well. So I guess what we are going to see in November in the US is, so to speak, a little bit a teaser for what's going to happen in Korea, I think, in 1 or 2 years down the road, probably. Yeah.
I want to slightly just push back on this idea, because I think we need to distinguish between two particular areas here. There's this frontier leadership that we have here that we keep over-indexing and talking about, and I think that the US has done a great job in this particular space, but then there's the applied aspects. And that's why I want to reinforce the idea of open and why that matters. Applying, being at the frontier and say we did it is great. The difference part about that is where are the applications and utilization of the technology within specific domains. We could talk about healthcare. We could talk about applications in biology that's happening in this particular case. We could talk about advancements on manufacturing and robotics and on a variety of areas. So this is what, and the point of the sovereign part of this discussion is, being at the frontier is great, but it is not everything as to where being the applied leader is, and we should be very careful about that distinction, and why I'm even critical of the U.S. Industrial approach to this and what's happening here. So I will stand by the original comment that Korea does stand and has a good opportunity to have deep advancements in here and make a significant difference related to that. I can't look at Korea and say they're going to be the frontier leader here. The ingredients are not there for that.
Sure. Just to add a comment about the physical AI and the world model, absolutely, I totally agree with you. So world model, I mean, that's probably the decision-making factor. And in order to build a world model, so we have to come up with what is called a motion data factory. So for the next couple of years, for example, in China, I think 6 months ago, they built the world's largest motion data factory in the city of Wuhan, a very famous place, obviously, we all remember in relationship with coronaviruses. But anyway, so motion data factories are critical to build world models. But what's happening here in Korea right now is that, for example, Hyundai, which owns Boston Dynamics, and they have to train their Atlas robots on car building and manufacturing movements. And all that motion data training has to be done right now in Atlanta, in the US, not in Korea, because the labor union is against it, actually. So there's no way for Hyundai. So they own 100% now Boston Dynamics. They have some of the world's best physical AI systems, but all of the world model training cannot be done inside Korea right now. So, just to add, so to speak, a little bit of the local difficulties you may be totally right. Yes, there's a lot of potential, but there are a lot of also intrinsic domestic frictions. I guess that's what I wanted to add to your comment. Yeah.
The discussion among panelists sounds like a debate in the classroom. Literally. Very intense and very interesting. And thank you. And Frey, the job is disappearing. Right, so the job market is shrinking, especially in the entry level. So that maybe phenomena maybe lead us to the question that what would the ultimate competitive edge of human in the age of AI, and in terms of skills and capabilities and so on, and how can we maybe educate the people to have that kind of capability and skills to live together with AI?
So I think there are a lot of known unknowns, but as alluded to in my presentation, I'm fairly convinced that AI is going to increase the value of in-person communication, in-person skills, right? And so how do you distinguish yourself in a world where you have AI to AI communication in the virtual space? Well, it's going to be through in-person meetings. I think those skills will be very important. I think human resilience matters as well for the foreseeable future. We are better at adjusting to new realities, learning from smaller data, and so that might change. But right now, I think human resilience is a very important skill. I think the ability to be out there in the real world and run experiments, and that's not something that AI is capable of doing. And then there's a lot of these activities where there seems to be a human premium, not just because the human does it better, but we're associated with something. So I don't think we will live in a world of automated sommeliers anytime soon. I don't think we will live in a world with restaurants being giant vending machines. And there are many occupations where there is some intrinsic value to having that being performed by a human. Some of that might be positional. The human is more expensive, and it's a nice way of signaling something to be able to have a human sommelier, for example. But I think there is something more to it, right? The sort of competitive process itself. We compete against other humans. We don't particularly care if the computer is better than us at chess. And so trying to understand those dimensions of human intrinsic value, I think, is really important.
So just for the record, just out of curiosity, so Dr. Frey, so you don't agree with Anthropic's Dario Amodei, who claims that I think in like 5 years, 30% of white-collar jobs will be wiped out by AI?
I think you illustrate my previous points with people being closer to technology, being a bit more dramatic in their statements and views of these things. So no, I don't agree with that. I mean, in the spirit of debate, I actually not sure if I agree with another thing that we've been discussing with regard to AI adoption. So I actually think that dynamism is really important, and I think that the US lead in AI is probably going to enable the US lead in many future technologies too, right? So if you take a map, for example, of innovation in space exploration from the 60s and 2010s, it's the same map, right? Because one success breeds another success, right? And so I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of innovation. And the reason that the German automotive industry is doing badly is not because they didn't adopt the latest technologies in production, it's because they missed the shift to EVs. Right? And so that dynamism, that ability to shift and move and reallocate into new industries, I think is the key edge that both the United States and more recently China has. And so in my mind, at least, it's not primarily an adoption story.
So I have another follow-up question to Professor Kim. That do you think what kind of changes we need in terms of university education?
So, yeah, I thought that was one of the interesting kind of presentations that the leading edge of technology in AI right now is absolutely being pushed by the industry, not by the university, and I can see it by myself. All of my friends in the US who used to work at Stanford, MIT, they are now all working for one of the tech companies, and the reason is actually very simple. There's like 100% or 100x higher salary, number one, but more importantly, the compute that they have available. So it's sort of amazing that right now, for example, at KAIST, which is one of the leading universities here in Korea, with the number of GPUs we have in the school, we cannot replicate most of the results that are being published right now by the industry. We don't have, thousands of H200 GPUs. So all what we can do is to do, like fringe research, explainable AI, and looking a little bit into J-space and finding out what's happening inside the AI models. But obviously, if you are a young scientist and you really want to push the boundary of what's possible, you realize that you have to follow where the GPU is, essentially, because it turns out that the capabilities of AI models roughly linearly scales with the size of the model, number of the parameters, amount of the data, the duration of the reasoning processes, and all three elements obviously need GPU, unless, I don't know, maybe DeepSeek will come up with something revolutionary that doesn't require that number of GPUs. So yes, so from an academic point of view, so we are observing the Chinese development with, so to speak, a lot of self-interest, because if they could make a fundamental breakthrough in scaling, or kind of roughly in the same league with the US frontier models, without scaling the compute, then I think, then working in academia might become interesting again for many of the young people. Yeah.
Okay, so the time's up, and then this time Ward talks about AI sovereignty and competitiveness and governance and so on. Also, Carl Frey talks about the future of jobs in the age of AI, and Professor Kim had very interesting perspectives. So I think this is not the end of the discussion, but this is just the start. So to deepen and broaden our perspectives on AI. So thank you, all the participants. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Please give another big round of applause. 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a warm round of applause to professors and also discussants.
For the interesting and intriguing discussion. 네, 굉장히 많은
Well, it invoked a lot of thoughts and also perspective. We are going to take a break shortly, and we'll begin at 4:55 under the title of Technology Reshape the Security Paradigm. Second session will begin. So we will resume once again 4:55. Please make sure to take your seats by 4:50. Refreshments and also drinks are prepared outside the conference hall. Thank you.
네, 입장해 주시고
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to room and be seated. As we promised, we need to start the session for the second bit of the forum. So it is time to begin the second session entitled The Technology Reshape the Security Paradigm. The first presentation will be given by Mr. Colin Kahl, the former Defense Secretary, and he will deliver the lectures as a U.S. strategist who has designed the future of national security amid the AI revolution. Having served as a national security advisor to the Vice President and Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, he was deeply involved in integrating AI and advanced technology into national security frameworks during his tenure. He led the response to the Russian-Ukraine war and the establishment of 2002 National Defense Strategy, which he designated China as a primary challenge. He currently serves as the director of the Freeman Spalding Institute for International Study and Stephen C. Hasey Senior Fellow. He's going to talk about the changing warfare structures and the future warfare. We'd like to give the floor to the director.
Dr. Colin Kahl with a big round of applause.
Thank you. It's an honor to join all of you in Seoul. As the introduction noted, I'm Colin Kahl. I'm the director of the Freeman Spalding Institute for International Studies at Stanford University, and I'm a repeat offender in national security positions in the United States government, most recently as the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy in the previous administration. I want to use my time today to talk about how advances in artificial intelligence are reshaping international security in three ways. First, how AI is becoming a central determinant to the global balance of power. Second, how artificial intelligence is transforming warfare. And third, how AI is creating a new class of catastrophic security threats that no country can manage on their own. But let me begin with where the conversation in Silicon Valley, where I live, and in Washington, D.C., where I used to work, where that conversation begins. And that's with the so-called AI race. And in this portion of my talk, I really hope to connect some of the themes from our previous discussion to the conversation on international security. The Trump administration's 2025 AI Action Plan was titled simply, Winning the AI Race. When senior leaders talk about this contest, they usually mean one specific race, the race to the frontier, the innovation race, the race to build what Silicon Valley leaders call artificial general intelligence, or AGI. Now, AGI is a contested term, but most people mean by AGI is an AI system that is as smart as the smartest humans across a very wide range of cognitive tasks. Dario Amodei, who's the CEO of Anthropic, one of America's leading AI companies, describes AGI as, quote, a country of geniuses in a data center, unquote. These models are already superhuman in certain narrow areas, most notably coding and mathematics, even as they lag in others. And the leading AI labs are betting that they can use those coding gains to automate AI research itself in the coming years, accelerating progress towards AGI through a process called recursive self-improvement, where AI is improving itself faster than humans could improve AI, potentially reaching AGI within the next few years. Whether or not this bet pays off, American AI labs, particularly Anthropic and OpenAI, retain a real but narrow lead at the frontier over their Chinese counterparts. Think companies like DeepSeek, Moonshot, ZAI, and Alibaba. By most measures, in 2026, that gap is somewhere around 6 months. And on many public benchmarks, it is nearly closed. China has proved to be what we might call a fast follower. Keep in mind, it has almost everything it needs to be a leader in AI: talent, data, and cheap energy. The one thing holding it back is access to sufficient leading-edge computing power or compute, largely because of US export controls alongside our allies. Currently, roughly 70 to 75% of global AI compute is concentrated in American hyperscalers, with Chinese firms controlling only around 10 to 15%. That is the single most durable US AI advantage at the moment. But I think it's worth noting that it is an advantage that Washington has recently chosen to erode by loosening existing restrictions on leading-edge chips, failing to update other export controls, and taking few meaningful steps to close existing loopholes that have enabled Chinese companies to remain fast followers. This race to the frontier matters, but I have argued for some time that it is a myth that there is only one AI race, with a single finish line and a single winner. Instead, the AI competition is fragmenting across many domains, and having an edge in one area does not guarantee an edge in all of the others. Consider the race to reap the economic benefits of AI. Here, the United States and China are simply playing different games. American AI labs and their hyperscaler partners are betting on selling frontier intelligence as a service. Premium, closed-weight, proprietary models sold to enterprises and governments worldwide. They are also betting on massive infrastructure build-outs to service these models at scale. In 2025, the big four US hyperscalers, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Meta, spent roughly $381 to $410 billion versus $45 to $57 billion for China's big four internet firms. This year, 2026, the US Big Four are expected to spend between $725 billion and $805 billion compared to around $100 billion for their Chinese counterparts on AI infrastructure buildouts. So Chinese firms are spending a lot less on AI infrastructure, but they are making a different kind of bet, a bet that releasing good enough models, many of them open weight, riding on good enough infrastructure, and then winning the global race, economic race on price. China also holds an enormous advantage in embodied artificial intelligence, intelligence embedded in humanoid and industrial robots. For example, China has installed more industrial robots over the past few years than the rest of the world combined. That positions China to win the contest to turn bits into atoms. That is, to translate the gains from intelligence from AI into actual physical things: cars, ships, drugs, manufacturing processes. Reaping economic gains also requires taking steps to ensure that economies and societies are resilient to the labor and market disruptions that was discussed in the previous panel. And here, frankly, the challenges seem greater, to me at least, in the United States, where AI and data centers are deeply unpopular, which creates political headwinds. Another dimension of the AI race is the contest to diffuse the technology and dominate it globally. Here, American companies invest where the market rewards them, that is, in wealthy countries with ample data, with a lot of capital, and a lot of energy. In contrast, China is subsidizing vertically integrated, good enough infrastructure across Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America, and other countries in the so-called Global South, where pure market logic otherwise leads to underinvestment. The result is an increasingly bifurcated global AI ecosystem, and I have argued an asymmetric form of AI bipolarity, where there are two AI superpowers, but they are strong in different ways. Why does any of this matter for international security? The first reason is that AI is becoming increasingly central to the global balance of power. International relations theory teaches us that the distribution of power between states shapes the structure of world politics. Countries with more power relative to their rivals can pursue their interests more freely, resist coercion, and write the rules. The AI competition between the United States and China is at its core a contest over which superpower will have that kind of power. The stakes here are enormous. Back in 2017, the guy on the left of this slide, Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, claimed that whoever becomes the leader of AI will become the ruler of the world. The good news is that Russia is not positioned to play that role. But the United States and China are competing precisely to play that role. There are two pathways through which AI could shift the global balance of power: by changing what states can do and by changing what others do because of them. The first pathway is material capability. National power has always rested on an important material foundation, and AI will shape that foundation by unlocking productivity gains, by driving scientific breakthroughs, and producing dual-use technologies that feed directly into military capability. But there's a second pathway, influence. This pathway is less tangible, but no less important. Power in international relations is not just about what you can do based on your material capabilities. It is about what others do because of you. And here, leadership of the AI ecosystem generates both soft power and hard power. On the soft power side, the countries that dominate AI development get to shape how AI develops around the world, what values are embedded in the systems, what standards govern them, and what norms define responsible AI use. This is not abstract. American and Chinese models already reflect different underlying values. American models are generally built with commitments to transparency, privacy, and human oversight. Chinese models are built within an authoritarian ecosystem that embeds surveillance, censorship, and information control as design features, not bugs. When a government adopts a Chinese-built smart city surveillance system, it is adopting an approach to monitoring its own citizens. This is soft power in the deepest sense, not persuading people to like you, but shaping the informational environment in which they make sense of the world. On the hard power side, there's real leverage created by dominating the AI stack: chips, data centers, models, and software frameworks. This has driven many middle powers to aspire for AI sovereignty. But while de-risking dependencies is possible, very few countries have a truly independent AI option. The question is not whether countries will heavily rely on US or Chinese AI stacks. They will, but rather which one and on what terms. The second way in which AI intersects with security is the transformative impact of AI on warfare itself. Here, China has a head start. Its drive to integrate AI across the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, what Chinese strategists call intelligentization, began in 2018, 4 years before ChatGPT. China's system of military-civilian fusion embeds military requirements into civilian research from the outset, so that technologies are, as Chinese planners put it, born dual use. The 15th five-year plan, approved this past March, institutionalizes that approach through 2030. And China leads the world in drone production, positioning it to integrate AI into autonomous weapons at scale. But the United States is picking up the pace. Integrating AI across the Department of Defense was a major priority in the administration I serve, the Biden administration, and it has been accelerated under the Trump administration, as illustrated by the January 2026 Secretary of Defense memorandum, which is on the slide here on the left, directing the Pentagon to become an AI-first warfighting force. The United States also has something China lacks: real operational data and experience integrating AI in combat, including the use of the Maven Smart system to provide intelligence support to Ukraine and using AI to accelerate targeting in the recent war with Iran. Globally, AI is already reshaping defense institutions as enterprises, streamlining logistics, budgeting, healthcare, and training. But the deepest impact on warfare runs through what military strategists call the OODA loop. The OODA loop is a decision-making framework developed by a U.S. Air Force colonel named John Boyd, a fighter pilot and strategist based on his study of air-to-air combat during the Korean War. Boyd broke combat decision-making into 4 stages. Observe, which involves gathering raw information from the environment. Orient, which means translating observations into a coherent understanding of the situation. Decide, which involves choosing a course of action. And act, which closes the loop by executing those actions, which then changes the environment, and the loop starts all over again. Boyd's central thesis, coming out of the Korean War, was that whoever can move through this loop faster and more effectively than the adversary wins. That idea is now a cornerstone of modern military doctrine. In the United States, former Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks placed enormous emphasis on AI's ability to deliver what she called decision advantage. And AI is now touching every stage of the OODA loop. In the observe stage, computer vision is processing sensor data at machine speed. In the orient stage, AI is fusing classified and open source intelligence to connect dots that human analysts would miss, producing a more accurate, real-time picture of the battlefield. In the decide stage, AI agents now recommend targets, weapons pairings, and logistics to human commanders. And in the act stage, AI increasingly enables autonomous action, from cyber operations to missile defense to terminal guidance in drones. We're already seeing all of this on the battlefield in Ukraine. The war has set in motion an intense Darwinian dynamic in which the search for advantage forces innovations in weeks that would take years in peacetime. From the outset, Ukraine has leveraged AI for targeting and battlefield management. But the clearest indication of how AI is transforming the battlefield comes from the evolution in drone warfare. It began with large fixed-wing platforms for reconnaissance and strike operations. Then came first-person drones, first-person view drones, which were cheap, plentiful, expendable, precise, and deadly. In response, both sides blanketed the front with electronic jamming to sever the operator's link to the drones they were piloting. The combatants were forced to route around these countermeasures, first by using fiber optic drones tethered by spools of cable reaching tens of kilometers, and then with AI-enabled machine vision that lets a drone lock onto a target and complete the attack even when the link to the human pilot is severed. And increasingly, we see small groups of drones coordinating, reconnaissance drones assigning targets to strike drones in what is called collaborative autonomy. The impact has been staggering. Ukrainian officials now attribute the majority of Russian battlefield casualties to drones. By some estimates, 70 to 80% of Russians killed and wounded in the past couple years have come from drones. As Ukraine shows, AI is already transforming the battlefield, and this will only accelerate with major consequences for conventional deterrence and strategic stability. In terms of the future of conventional deterrence, I would argue AI cuts 2 ways. On the one hand, it could undermine conventional deterrence by corrupting the information environment through deepfakes and data poisoning, by increasing the odds of misperception, by convincing an aggressor it possesses perfect information and a splendid first strike capability, by compressing decisions beyond human capacity and inviting inadvertent escalation, and by making leaders reckless in the belief that AI-enabled cyber and drone operations are less escalatory. Those are all ways in which it could make deterrence more complicated. But AI could also easily strengthen deterrence by reducing the fear of strategic surprise, by improving decision quality and reducing miscalculation, by favoring the defense, as we've seen in Ukraine, through battlefield transparency and cheap, attritable mass, which makes aggression costly and difficult, and by hardening the critical networks that underpin deterrence by denial. Which of these futures we get is not predetermined. It depends on the choices we make now. But the United States and its close allies like South Korea have a profound interest in looking for ways to lean into AI's potential to bolster deterrence against potential adversaries. AI also bears on strategic stability among nuclear powers, although the implications here are even murkier. It is conceivable that AI will fuel arms races among nuclear states, while feeding fears that once survivable retaliatory forces like mobile intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear submarines, as well as nuclear command and control networks, could become vulnerable to AI-enabled first strikes. And strategic stability could be further compromised if the acceleration of crises and wars moves wars closer and closer to machine speed, compressing decision windows, leaving leaders little time to make choices that could determine the fate of humanity. Beyond the implications for great power competition and stability, AI is generating a third class of catastrophic security risks. The greatest near-term concern is what we might call malicious uplift, the degree to which advanced AI meaningfully enhances the capabilities of a malicious actor, whether human or increasingly an AI agent itself, to produce human harm. The catastrophic risk that worries me most is the prospect that a state or non-state actor could use advanced AI to gain a decisive offensive capability faster than the defender can respond. Consider two domains. In cyber, frontier AI models are already becoming superhuman at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities in software and critical infrastructure. This past June, the Five Eyes intelligence agencies jointly warned that frontier models will reshape cybersecurity faster than expected, noting that the relevant timeline is months, not years. Meanwhile, in biology, AI models are already matching or exceeding expert performance on troubleshooting benchmarks relevant to the development of biological weapons. Taken together, we may soon enter a world in which a small group of hackers or terrorists could carry out a cyber or biological attack on a scale that previously required the resources of a nation state. Finally, there's the risk emanating from AI systems themselves. Let me separate the Hollywood scenario. Pick your favorite science fiction movie, HAL 9000 and 2001: A Space Odyssey, Skynet and the Terminator movies, the Cylons and Battlestar Galactica, many of which predicts that superintelligence will either enslave humanity or kill all of us off. Those are not actually the scenarios that keep me up at night, although I enjoy all those movies and television shows. A genuine loss of control catastrophe requires a conjunction of three things: a system capable enough to plan and evade countermeasures, goals genuinely misaligned with human values, and a deployment environment that gives the system real access to infrastructure and real authority to act. A system being smart does not make it inherently uncontrollable. The nearer-term risk is more mundane and more plausible. Swarms of increasingly capable and increasingly autonomous AI agents that carry out long, complex tasks autonomously inside businesses and governments, with unintended and cascading consequences. We are already seeing early reports of AI agents behaving in unexpected ways, including attempts by models from frontier AI companies like OpenAI and Anthropic to escape their cyber testing environments, escaping into the open internet and hacking third-party servers. As we hand more and more critical decisions, infrastructure, and services to these systems, the space for things to go badly wrong grows if AI alignment and human control do not keep pace. Let me close where I began, with the AI race. Even in this hyper-competitive landscape, we cannot allow the AI race to become a race to the bottom. Here, the United States and China, as the world's two AI superpowers, share a special responsibility, just as the United States and the Soviet Union shared a special obligation not to blow up the world during the Cold War. There is a precedent worth remembering. After the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis brought the superpowers to the brink of Armageddon, they built guardrails around their nuclear competition. They negotiated the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty. They created confidence-building measures and arms control agreements, not because they liked each other, not because they trusted each other, not because they gave up on competition, but because they recognized that an uncontrolled race to the nuclear frontier could send humanity hurling into the abyss. Washington and Beijing today need to chart a similarly narrow path between competition and collaboration, one grounded in a simple reality. Neither the United States nor China has an interest in AI-enabled terrorist attacks on critical infrastructure. They don't have an interest in AI-engineered pandemics, nor do they have an interest in out-of-control AI systems. There is a small but real foundation to build on. In the closing months of the Biden administration, the two governments agreed that human beings, not AI, should control decisions over nuclear use. Now the United States and China need to do more. They could start modestly with a bilateral agreement to share information about AI incidents and to exchange best practices on safety, control, and alignment. They could also consider extending the norm of human control over nuclear use to other forms of strategic attack, committing that only humans, not AI, would be empowered to make decisions that could bring the two countries into an all-out war. Next month, Presidents Trump and Xi are expected to put AI safety on their agenda at their Washington summit. That's a very good thing. It is in all of our interest, here in Seoul, back in Washington, in Beijing, and around the world, that they take up the AI agenda with the seriousness and the urgency that this moment demands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great presentation and providing us with food for thought. 네, 굉장히 많은 생각을
Thank you so much for thought-provoking presentation. Once again, please give a big round of applause once again to the speaker. We'll move on to the second part of the session. Next is a lecture from Scott Harrod, Senior Research Fellow at the RAND. Scott Harrod is well known as a security authority who has outlined the strategic evolution of the ROC-US alliance in the AI era. He's one of the prominent experts on the Korean Peninsula and Indo-Pacific security in the United States, having served as an advisor for East Asian affairs in the Department of Defense during the Joe Biden administration. He's going to talk about the ROC-US alliance modernization in the time of AI.
I'm Dr. Scott Harrod with a big round of applause. 큰 박수와 함께 만나보겠습니다.
Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. 감사합니다. And thank you to Munhwa Ilbo for welcoming me to Korea once again. It's a pleasure to be back always. Thank you to our interpreters for their very hard work. I was able to listen to much of the conversation earlier today, thanks to them. It's a great opportunity for me to be here speaking with you today, but I'm mindful that I'm coming at the end of a long afternoon of sessions, exceptional presentations by my predecessors, including my boss, my former boss, Dr. Kahl. Today, we've heard about the development of artificial intelligence. We've heard about how to measure it, how it might impact work, and how it's impacting warfare. I'm here to talk with you this afternoon about how the United States might view South Korea as perhaps its optimal partner for the competition with China across the multiple elements of the AI races that Dr. Kahl just laid out. At the outset, I do have to give a quick disclaimer. I work for the RAND Corporation, but this is not a RAND Corporation presentation. It doesn't represent any of RAND's sponsors. This is simply my own views, so please treat them as that. All right. I'd like to talk about three key elements in this discussion. The first is the challenge that China poses, and in particular, as Dr. Kahl just noted, some key elements of the AI challenge that China poses to the free world, the free and open Indo-Pacific order, United States national security, and the security of the Republic of Korea. Second, I'd like to touch on 4 ways in which the ROK is optimally positioned as a key U.S. partner. As we talked about in the Biden-Harris administration, kind of the asymmetric advantage that the United States enjoys in its strategic competition with China. And then finally, I'll close with some thoughts about some policy steps that the United States might take in tandem with South Korea to enhance our competitiveness and our ability to shape a future that we want to live in and that we want to pass down to our children. So first, I think it's quite obvious if you sit here in Korea, a country that has suffered not only invasion by China, but also economic warfare by China within the last decade, that China is a country that regularly threatens its neighbors and is partnering with some of the most malign actors in the world, whether that's Vladimir Putin's Russia or Kim Jong-un's North Korea. China has engaged in routine threats against Taiwan, a country that it says is part of its territory, and it claims it will absorb it at any point when it so chooses. Regularly threatens Japan, claims that Eodo is actually Chinese territory, has threatened the Philippines, and has threatened Australia, all within the last decade. At the very same time, China is prosecuting at least one and as many as 3 campaigns of genocide domestically against the Uyghurs, as the former first Trump administration found in Xinjiang, I think almost inarguably against the Tibetans, although it has not been determined by the US Department of State and such, and against the Falun Gong movement. This is all enabled by China's companies, which are actively working as hand-in-glove agents of the Chinese government to ensure the continued dominance of the Chinese Communist Party domestically and to extend its reach and influence around the world. China routinely ignores international law, for example, the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea ruling, describing the South China Sea not as a Chinese lake, not as a body of water within a 9-dash line that China has historically had rights to, and has punished those countries that have sought to cross it, whether that's Australia for seeking an independent investigation into the origins of the COVID pandemic, or the Republic of Korea for authorizing the United States to bring a terminal high-altitude aerial defense battery onto the Korean peninsula to defend against North Korean ballistic missiles. At the very same time, China itself was fielding both long-range missiles and radar that could penetrate into the ROK. Finally, China is actively enabling war in Europe by Russia and aggression by North Korea, which China routinely protects from the consequences of its actions at the United Nations. In terms of the PRC's views of AI, Dr. Kahl laid these out quite ably. I will just add, China is using its domestic legal infrastructure and its economic power to enhance its own AI companies while undermining and underpricing those of its rivals. China has sought to close off its own market to information technology companies worldwide, none of which can operate behind China's borders. At the very same time, China has enabled theft of those companies abroad who have IP that China wants and has transferred it to those companies domestically in China that can then build up as competitors to overseas firms. Moreover, since the latter part of the last decade, China's legal reforms have allowed the Ministry of State Security to have access to any data that crosses over Chinese servers, meaning that any company that does business in China or that gives China access to its own networks is potentially putting, or is certainly putting, its citizens' data at risk. China's firms are actually fully capable of doing this even without involving the state, though. For example, we know that DeepSeek took information out of the Republic of Korea illegally and transferred it to the Chinese company ByteDance in early 2025, causing the ROK to pause access to DeepSeek and launch an investigation. But as is the case with most Chinese violations of the law or of international norms and rules, China commits the act first and waits for others to catch up, by which point China has already achieved its goals. And finally, China is seeking to shape the international order for the norms and rules that will govern AI through its World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization proposal. Dr. Kahl noted the widespread export of the Chinese tech stack and Chinese companies' technologies. Now it is seeking to embed authoritarian-friendly norms across international institutions so as to dominate the rules for this most transformative technology of the 21st century. In the military domain, we can talk about the ways in which China is trying to pursue intelligentization, primarily through the linkage of AI and robotics for things like decision support, the use of AI drones, AI-enabled drones for swarming is something the Chinese have been investigating for a decade and a half at least. There is a belief in the PLA that Chinese officers do not make good decisions. Xi Jinping has routinely berated his senior officer corps, the ones he hasn't actually purged, claiming that they don't know how to deploy forces, understand leadership intent, or adapt to unexpected or unanticipated situations. Therefore, in a low-trust military like the PLA, Xi Jinping has apparently conveyed to his leadership that it is in his intent that they deploy more AI because it can be more trustworthy and more responsive to senior leadership requests. There also has been a large-scale effort to automate the logistics and sustainment capabilities of the PLA so as to deliver the kind of sustainment capabilities that the PLA might need in a large-scale invasion of Taiwan scenario, for example. And we already see China using advanced AI for design of disinformation campaigns and cyber attacks. So that's the threat environment we face. What should the US and the ROK, facing this and being close allies, do in response? I think it's incredibly important to say these are two countries with 7+ decades of alliance behind them. They share the same values, they share advanced technology. We have shed blood together, we are prepared to shed blood again together in the future. And in that case, we have to think very long and hard about how we do that in a way, how we prepare in a way so that we don't have to fight, but can rather shape the future that will deter and defeat Chinese aggression. One thing that means is we should be cooperating very closely on a variety of initiatives to give us all the advantages we can possibly have in the AI space. And as you saw with the picture of the two former national security advisors, we have had, for the last 3 years, a next generation critical and emerging technologies dialogue that seeks to shape collaboration on AI, the AI tech stack, and supply chains relevant for AI. The Pax Silica initiative, which seeks to bring together leading countries around the world to design and defend the AI tech stack that we want to have, is another initiative, together with the Mineral Security Partnership that seeks to provide us with the kinds of access to raw materials and refining capacity that will give us what we need in order to build the AI tech stack of tomorrow. And then finally, the US-Korea Technology Prosperity Deal announced last fall further highlights AI as a particular focus even of the current US administration with the current Korean administration. But it's not all a story about Korean and US government decision makers who can change. There is continuity underneath in the form of US and Korean corporate or business-to-business collaboration, with the US Magnificent Seven working together with Samsung, SK Hynix, Kakao, and Naver to invest billions upon billions of dollars in data centers, cloud computing, training for talent to retain talent and develop it further, and investing in the infrastructure that we need in order to support and sustain an AI-centered economy and an AI-centered alliance. In particular, in the military domain, I recognize we're talking at a rather awkward moment to be talking about the alliance's military training and exercises, but nonetheless, the two countries have been working together in the defense industrial space on developing applications for AI with, for example, Munhwa Aerospace working with Shield AI on collaborative combat aircraft design, with HD Hyundai and Palantir working on uncrewed surface vessels for harbor inspection and defense, and finally an agreement on uncrewed aerial systems and counter-uncrewed aerial systems that was signed in May of this year to ensure that the two countries will collaborate and cooperate in this other area that's also crucial to defending the skies over Korea. Employing these systems is not merely a matter of developing them and then handing them off. We have to train and exercise with them too. and they're going to be used and have been used in Ulchi Freedom Guardian and Ulchi Freedom Shield exercises for things like tactical intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and processing, evaluation, and dissemination of sensed data, for manned and unmanned teaming of ground combat systems, such as the one you see in the exercise pictured here, for air defenses and counter uncrewed aerial systems, for sensing which incoming platforms are the most important to target first, and finally for countering biological, radiological, and nuclear threats, so as to use AI's ability to discern threats without putting human beings in the position where they would be exposed. So there's a lot of opportunity here to continue developing, and I think we're on the early stages of employing AI collaboratively in the alliance. I will say we had a very interesting discussion last night, which some of my colleagues were privy to, about where the ROK's own military efforts stand. I think we'll probably engage that a little further, I hope, in presence of all of you, but I would say that although Korea is not where China or the United States are, comparatively, Korea is doing quite well. If we look at Japan or Taiwan or other countries in the region, Taiwan and Japan are not where Korea is at. Korea has put a lot of effort into this and holds a great deal of promise. An additional element of the alliance that really is important to focus on is the ability of the allies to shape international diplomatic norms and rules. And there, the Tech Prosperity Deal looks to bring together our AI safety institutes, looks to try to bring together leading diplomatic officials to discuss what norms and rules should be established, and looks to propose joint propositions to the International Standards Organization so that we do collectively set the rules for the next generation of this technology. Of course, pictured here, we have President Yi speaking in San Francisco just a month and a half ago, where the AI declaration has committed the ROK to being an irreplaceable foundation, which I think is really just recognizing reality. South Korea's lead in high bandwidth memory, its advanced technologies, its high quality data, and its data protection regimes are all global leading issues, or leading on these issues globally. So too, South Korea's efforts to organize the AI Seoul Summit in 2024 built on pre-existing efforts that were carried out in the UK and in Japan to try to set and coordinate standards and deepen cooperation. Finally, I think we've talked about the ROK and US governments, we've talked about the two business communities, but it's important to say that an additional element of South Korea's appeal as a partner to the United States is South Korea's active civil society organizations that demand of the ROK government that it prioritize human-centered, safe, transparent, and accountable AI, something we simply can't imagine seeing in the PRC, but something that is appealing globally when countries look to South Korea and say, if we use South Korean AI, can we trust it? How do we know we can trust it? Well, it had to pass through the difficult crucible of winning approval and support from the Korean people who are not going to tolerate unsafe, non-transparent AI. An additional element, just moving towards wrapping up, is that South Korea has enormous soft power. South Korea is the most successful developing country in the history of the world. Some might say, well, what about China? Don't you think China has come further? And I would say, no, China hasn't made any progress whatsoever in the central values important to human beings and how they live, which is not just putting enough food on the plate. It's not just having more money this year than you had last year. It's also having a safe legal environment. And South Koreans have routinely sustained and defended that environment, even against their own government. So too, South Korea's defense of democracy domestically and its economic success makes it an extremely appealing partner for the United States worldwide, where South Korea has enormous soft power. We already talked a little bit about K-pop and K-drama, but South Korea's got powerful AI systems. They may not be at the leading edge of the capabilities of an Anthropic or an OpenAI, but South Korea has already been looking at trying to develop AI capabilities that would be tailored to Southeast Asian countries' needs, for example, using their language for training sets, using their legal regimes to ensure that there is no bias introduced by an overly English language, US legal framework-centric adoption or a development approach. South Korea is also working together with the United States and Japan in the spirit of the Camp David dialogue to export small modular reactors, which could help power the future that AI will require by providing the energy that's needed. And finally, South Korea is very close with a number of the other countries that are going to be key to the AI races, including India, including Japan, and Taiwan. So finally, just wrapping up, and I'll give back a little bit of extra time for more questions from our panel leader. I'll just talk about a few areas where the US and South Korea could take further steps to deepen their collaboration. I think first, it's undeniable that we face an unfair and illegitimate differential in access. Chinese AI firms can sell their products and be used by Korean users or US users. Korean firms and US firms cannot access the Chinese market. On the basis of both reciprocity and national security, I believe it's important that the United States and South Korea take steps to eliminate Chinese access to the ROK market and the US market. So too, South Korea's large firms, SK Hynix and Samsung, have built large factories inside of China. We have seen what China does when it wants to punish South Korea, happily imposing $10+ billion worth of economic losses on the Republic of Korea for taking steps that China would, of course, take itself. So over time, closing off PRC access to ROK data centers, gradually winding down the provision of advanced high bandwidth memory chips to the Chinese AI tech stack, and excluding PRC applications from our markets is something that I think is warranted on both reciprocity and national security grounds. Second, I think the ROK has an enormously talented labor pool. I think the third largest body of foreign students in the United States, all of, very largely focused on math and science, technology, represent an enormous opportunity for the United States to continue to focus on developing and retaining and collaborating with the ROK on talent development and talent retention. And that can be across government to government, government to business, or business to business sectors. It's also important that we collectively continue developing our military AI. China is pressing ahead as quickly as possible, believing that intelligentization is the way that it can catch up to the United States military. If that happens, or if, God forbid, China were to overtake the United States in military AI, as unlikely as that may seem today, it would put not only the United States' national security at risk, but also that of the Republic of Korea. So we need to continue focusing on this. Also because, in addition to China, which has been the focus of my remarks today, it's very clear if you live in this country, I'm sure, that the ROK is not the only Korea that's looking to employ AI in a military application setting. We know North Korea is trying to learn from the Russian example. We know that North Korea is trying to garner technology from Russia. So it'll be important to continue to develop our collective military applications for artificial intelligence so as to deter and defeat North Korean aggression. Fourth, we need to continue collaborating on setting global standards. And here, South Korea's soft power can help offset times when US global soft power may be called into question, either by actions or by inaction. And then finally, I think it's important that the two countries work together in a US ROK+1 or US ROK+ format to build the kinds of collaborative enterprises with our allies, partners, and like-minded countries that will stigmatize PRC AI companies and their products, give access to our companies and products, and ensure that the future developments in the space of AI do not trend in a direction that empower China and other revisionist authoritarian powers. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation. You may now take your seat on the stage. Thank you. 네, 바로 이어서 패널 토론.
We'll now have the second panel discussion. Right after the panel discussions, we are going to open the floor to have a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please write them down and pass it to our staff. So the moderator and the panelists are coming up to the stage. In the meantime, I'd like to introduce them briefly. First of all, the moderator. The chair is a senior fellow Lee Jung-min from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and
제시하는 국제 전략
Mr. Lee studied at the Yonsei University and was an ambassador for the national security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At a prominent authority on East Asia security, Korea Peninsula affairs, and North Korea military trend, he has been offering strategic direction for South Korea. As a panelist, we are joined by research fellow Cho Bi-yeon from the Security Strategy Center at the Sejong Institute. Research fellow Cho is a next-generation security expert analyzing how AI and tech security will transform alliance strategies, having conducted in-depth analysis on the Rockies Alliance. She has continuously offered a practical alternative regarding AI-based defense innovation, cybersecurity, and supply chain restructuring. We'll now begin the discussion. I think everyone is ready on the stage. I'll give the floor to Mr. Lee. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be re-invited to the Munhwa Future Report. And I'm delighted to be sharing the stage with two of my colleagues. And I worked at RAND in the 1990s and the Sejong Institute in the 1980s. So it shows you how much older I am than the panel. Let me begin by making very short observations, and then I will ask the panel a very provocative question, and then I will ask them to basically emphasize points they either want to emphasize beyond their presentations or they have thought about it as we are speaking. But one of the things that I got from one of your slides, Scott, was the Chinese are developing the so-called World AI Cooperation Organization. I don't think it'll have that much of a success because if you look at the acronym, it basically sounds wacko. So basically, I don't think wacko is going all that far. But if I could just be serious for a second, one of the reasons why I said I was very glad that Munhwa Ilbo asked me to return this year is the fact that while we share the stage and the limelight, the work is done by hundreds of people at Munhwa Ilbo who have spent months, if not weeks, sending emails and making reservations and all this. So on behalf of all the panelists, let me thank all the great staff at the Munhwa Ilbo for making the Munhwa Future Report an astounding success. 대단히 감사합니다. My first observation, and then I'll quickly turn on to the floor, is, Carl, I agree with you that in the Cold War, we staved off nuclear Armageddon. But I think the big difference this time is that we have private corporations that are even more powerful than most countries, as you well know. So one of the questions that I wanted to ask you down the road is, what do you think will be the role and impact of these mega firms that have more technological power than any middle power that we can imagine? And how can governments control them down the road? Will guardrails be enough? The second point, and Scott, you mentioned the ongoing US RFK cooperation on a number of dimensions. And I agree with you as a Korean. I'm very, very glad and honored that the Koreans are making so much progress on AI and other emerging technologies. But the key issue here, I think, that befalls Koreans, Japanese, Americans, and other like-minded states is that at the very apex of the political and policy worlds, how many people really know AI? And these decision makers are making billions of dollar bets. And so my question to you, Scott, is how well prepared are our bureaucracies in ensuring that we are on the correct path of AI? And I think that basically is something we should all think about. And to Pion on my left, we think a lot about US, Korea, Japan, trilateral security cooperation on very different levels. But there are, of course, deep political issues that also divide the three countries. But going forward, and I'm reminded by both what our panelists stated, in the emerging AI race, what role do you believe should the US and Korea and Japan play, including private companies, in ensuring that we have an edge over our adversaries, be they near or far? My quick question before we begin the panel is this. You've all seen the movie Star Wars, I assume. Yes. My question is, you imagine the Jedi warrior blasting away his laser guns, galore. And I always thought that is hugely entertaining, but totally wrong. In the year 3000 or whenever the movie is made, there is no human pilot. It's all unmanned. So my quick question to all three of you, and I'll go down with Scott first, are we reaching that stage of Star Wars? How would you rate it from 1 to 0, 1 to 10? 10 being Star Wars and 1 being, let's say, World War II. Scott?
I have to say, if I'm being honest, I was not expecting your first question to be, are we at Star Wars yet? Look, no, I think the reality is we see far greater results from the pairing of capable humans with capable technology than we do a world where there's nothing, it's just robots fighting. Now, that's not to say that there aren't discrete missions where uncrewed platforms or even uncrewed weapons, or uncrewed weapons, are working either in a swarm or on their own. Right now, if we fire a ballistic or a cruise missile, once you fire it, you're not riding on it, you're not controlling it by wire. We've always had systems that are launched, fire and forget, or fire and allow them to do things that they're going to do and are programmed to do. I think we're seeing some of that now with novel platforms with AI, but I fully expect that for some time to come, we'll be focused on human beings enabled by technology, not replaced by technology. To your earlier question, though, Jung-Lin, I think you asked, what does it matter if our bureaucracy, or how much does it matter if our bureaucrats don't know that much about AI? Well, I'm sitting next to a bureaucrat who knows a lot about AI. I mean, when he was Undersecretary, Dr. Kahl led a team, an enormous team within the Pentagon that helped develop, through dialogue with industry, with think tank experts, with the intelligence community and others. And I think that's what free societies do. We have debates, we evaluate evidence, and we vector in. We are not China, where Xi Jinping gives an order and everyone else has to salute and figure out how are they going to implement that. So I think that we have opportunities to debate our way to correct answers. There is still the market power of enormous corporations, which your questions also alluded to. That can be a challenge, especially with the focus of the hyperscalers on kind of just racing towards AGI and perhaps ignoring the application layer and the dissemination. However, we've had enormous debates about how to get after that too.
Okay, Colin. And I had one mini question underneath that. You mentioned the OODA loop. I think we're entering, or we have entered, what I would argue is hyper OODA loop or super OODA loop, whereby the generic definition of OODA loop, when John Boyd made the concept back in the 50s, no longer exists. So what is the human in the chain in this super OODA loop? And can you give us an answer in 2 minutes? But anyways, before that, answer my first question first.
Well, at this point, I'm not sure which one is your first question, but I will answer all your questions. So, look, I think there are profound incentives to shift warfare towards more and more reliance on robots and uncrewed systems, and to move warfare closer and closer to machine speed. But the incentives are different in different countries. I think in a lot of democracies in the free world, we have aging populations, shrinking populations. We also, frankly, are more casualty averse. We're looking for ways to avoid casualties in our conflicts, and that inclines us to move towards offloading more responsibilities on machines. I think in China, they have a lot more people, although their population is imploding very quickly. But in China, the major incentive is that the leadership in the CCP does not trust their own people, and they don't trust their soldiers. So I think there's overwhelming incentives to shift warfare increasingly towards machines. That said, I think Scott is absolutely right that the countries that prove the most competitive in the coming years, and I think this is something that favors democracies like South Korea and the United States, are countries that figure out how to team humans and machines. I often, my daughter's 15 years old. I tell her, Nora, for the rest of your life, you will never be smarter than AI. But you don't need to be. All that matters is that Nora plus AI is better than AI alone. And I have a lot of confidence that our soldiers and your soldiers plus AI will be better than AI alone, and that we will learn that lesson in ways that North Korea and China will not. Okay, so that's the first thing. I do think this concentration, the critical difference, and I think you're absolutely right, between the Cold War and now is, a private company did not create the atomic bomb, right? It was the US government in collaboration with the British. There was the Manhattan Project. We've all seen the movie Oppenheimer. You know what I'm talking about. Now you have the world's most important technologies being concentrated in the private sector. That's also where the most expertise is. And these companies are extraordinarily powerful. Just think of one company like NVIDIA. NVIDIA's market cap is something around $5 trillion. If that was GDP, NVIDIA would barely trail Germany and would have an economy larger than Japan's. And it's not just that you have a handful of companies that are extraordinarily wealthy with global reach and control over supply chains that all of us rely on, but they have near sovereign control over the domains through which all of us live our lives. Think of the low Earth orbit constellations that basically Elon Musk owns, or undersea cables, or cloud service providers and data centers, or the algorithms and social media platforms that mediate all of the information we get. These are all under-regulated spaces where private companies have a lot of power. But that doesn't mean that the government is irrelevant, and this is where I'll conclude. Look, I think the space for middle powers to have influence on AI globally is narrow, but South Korea is well positioned to play that role. But realistically, if we get to any global understanding on AI, it'll be the same way we got to the Paris Climate Accord. There will have to be a prior agreement between Washington and Beijing. And the good news is you can get an agreement between 2 countries and about 10 companies, and you can get an agreement.
Would you include Samsung and SK Hynix?
They are among the most important companies in the semiconductor supply chain, but no, actually. Okay. I think that the key actors beyond the governments in Washington and Beijing are the handful of frontier AI labs in the United States and China and their hyperscaler partners, which are basically the vehicle through which AI is delivered to the majority of the world.
Thank you. Beyond?
Thank you. First of all, it's a great honor to be part of this distinguished panelists, and I'm a great reader and fan of Munhwa Ilbo, so it's another great honor to be here. So to go to your questions, the first question I'll answer 2, just for the reason that I wouldn't see a kind of Star Wars in my lifetime. In your lifetime? In my lifetime. Maybe later, but not for me. But, and your next question, the impact of forms. I think if I look at the case of Ukraine, this is about drones and intelligence warfare, but I think the forms impact get really magnified when there's wartime. So as long as we build our capabilities, our firms, and there are problems of legal guardrails, norms, that make interoperability at times difficult, but in the wartime this will be resolved, and the existence of forms and how much we can mobilize them will really matter for our survival. Should I go into the trilateral question? I'll go briefly because I know that you have more questions. I think we are at a history moment where we have the greatest optics of Korea-Japan relations, the ping-pong diplomacy. And I think this is pretty much leading the trilateral cooperation right now. But I think I have to say that this is just optics. For instance, the AXA, a acquisition cross-servicing agreement. For me, this is the minimum requirement that any country corporation needs to agree on. But our Lee Jae-myung administration made it clear that they are not thinking about this. So why I'm saying this is intelligence sharing, data sharing, building critical infrastructures, and fighting together in AI-enabled warfare, this is a more sensitive issue. And if we are not able to agree on the most basic components of security cooperation, we have a long way to go. But we should go that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The second question that I have for the panel is, if you think about how AI is going to dominate or emerging technologies, including quantum computing down the road, will have an impact on waging the next war, wherever it may be, whether it's in Taiwan or, God forbid, here on the Korean Peninsula, another conflict, or anywhere else in the region. Is there any guarantee within our alliance structure today that we will always see eye to eye on AI-based net assessment? In other words, Colin, can you imagine a scenario whereby an American general and his Korean counterpart are looking at data systems, whether it's Palantir or any other derivative, and they reach different conclusions? But you have to act now. But there is no time to go up the chain of command. So if we imagine such a dilemma, what is the optimal way of mitigating that problem so that, one, we can prevent it, but number two, that we're able to respond cooperatively to make the world or our countries certainly more, I guess, safe. So Scott, let me begin with you.
Just an easy one. Look, I'm going to start with something that I think really keys off of your earlier question that Colin answered, and that was kind of, you used the nuclear comparison. And I think that what the comparisons we choose can reflect a little bit about our assumptions or our fears about this technology. And each comparison can have some value, but can also obscure. So yes, the nuclear example or comparison highlights the magnitude of this potential, the potential impact of this technology. However, it's probably the only technology that wasn't at any point held in private hands. Chemical weapons were developed by Nazi companies and German companies before that. Pharmaceutical companies have developed the precursors for biological weapons. They don't kill people, hopefully, but computers are a world-changing technology, as is the internet, all developed by private sector companies. The automobile, unfortunately, for my hometown of Detroit or anyone who rides in a Hyundai or Kia or whatever, like, it has killed more people than wars, probably. You know, the private gun manufacturers, electricity. These are all transformative technologies that also sometimes have unintended, even catastrophic consequences. And we've managed to control those. The big challenge here with AI is, I think it's very hard to do monitoring of AI to say, well, where, you know, even the companies are having a hard time figuring out where their models are, when they've escaped and whatnot. So to reach an agreement with Beijing, where there is definitely no trust, where they don't perceive, at least at present, loss of control scenarios as something that they need to collaborate with the United States on, where they perceive AI as the tool by which they will catch up to and potentially even overtake the United States, I perceive big challenges there. On whether or not we can find any way to guarantee that the US and the ROK in a crisis will see eye to eye, I'll be honest, I would love to say that I wish that there was a magic solution there. I don't think so. Can you guarantee any two people will ever see eye to eye? No, but what can you do? Well, again, we have faced this before. We have faced imminent fears of nuclear attack. We have faced ongoing cyber attacks, including on some of Korea's SCADA systems and banking and financial networks and other critical infrastructure. We have had to deal with that. The way I think we deal with it is a combined forces command that regularly exercises and trains, that has the highest levels of trust from the national command authorities. We use Track 2 and former officials playing as decision makers to support and surface possible misassumptions or assumptions on each other's side that we need to interrogate. And we use think tanks and other organizations to do gaming and exercises to kind of figure out what's the path ahead. I don't see that as a perfect solution, but it's the best solution I could offer right now.
Go ahead.
I think there are basically two issues that will have to be managed. The first is the question of trust. There's the question of whether you trust the AI systems themselves. Do you trust their outputs? And do you trust each other's systems? But there's also, do you trust each other, period? So there's this question of trust. If you don't deal with that issue, this will be difficult to manage. The second issue, though, that AI raises is that you need processes that can help you make high-quality human decisions at the speed of relevance. And the speed of relevance in warfare will increasingly approach machine speed. This will be especially true in the cyber domain, where humans will not be able to keep pace with what AI will be able to do. You will have to automate huge amounts of offense and defense in cyberspace. But there will also be aspects of kinetic warfare where you will have to delegate to machines to do certain things because you will be under enormous time pressure. So what are the processes to make sure, not that in every instance you have a human in the loop, but that meaningful degrees of human judgment are still possible in warfare, and that allies can make those decisions together? In terms of practically what that means, I think in the first instance it means as we build these new AI-enabled systems, they have to be interoperable from the very beginning. That means our models need to be able to ingest the same data, and our AI agents need to be able to talk to one another, and there needs to be an operational or execution layer that allows different national models and different systems to be integrated in a warfighting environment. So you need to build it that way. But then secondly, you actually have to practice. You need to train in that environment, you need to do exercises in that environment, and you need to do them under realistic circumstances, and you need to do them together. And because if you don't stress test them in those types of situations, then they will break when the fighting actually happens. Last point it will make is this will all be easier if we have a broader political and strategic environment of trust between our countries. And I think we've had ups and downs in our alliance over the years. I'm confident that we will have more ups than downs in the years ahead, but without this broader sense of political and strategic trust among our two countries, none of this technical stuff actually will matter very much.
You know, Bjorn, this really ties into one of the key questions you have, which is the importance of AI interoperability between the ROK and the US. So as you, for example, as you answered the question that I asked the two other panelists, what are your thoughts on AI interoperability, especially as the ROK really wants wartime OPCON transfer fully to the ROK by the end of this administration?
Thank you very much. I think this really nicely ties into the question that I had for the two panelists, which is the question of AI interoperability. I think in terms of alliance modernization, which is, in my view, the key, the hot potato of the alliance issues, number one agenda for Lee Jae-myung government is the wartime operational control. And to me and to many of us here, this wartime operational control is not about just changing hats. It's not about who commands whom, but building a future Korea-led command that can see, detect, and fight together. But in that regard, this is a very difficult task. As all my panelists mentioned, there is the trust issue, there is a reservation issues. One thorny issue that came up this year was our Minister of Unification, Jung Dong-young, mentioned about the suspected uranium enrichment facility, and that led to US restricting intelligence, satellite intelligence on the specific part of the PRK. So there are this trust issue that it will continue. And that kind of brings back to my thought on this issue, which is sovereign AI. Personally, as all my panelists mentioned earlier, I also believe that there is no such thing as fully sovereign AI. It's a traditional security autonomy trade-off model in my point of view. But the reality is that any rational state that is not in hot war, not in a wartime, is always going to ask two things. One, security benefits from deeper alliance integration, but at the same time, the ability to manage its own intelligence, autonomy, and also minimum access to the capabilities that they have. So this is going to be a kind of a persistent question. And so I think in this sovereign AI, although it's not really feasible, inevitably, I think this problem becomes more complicated, I have to say, in this President Trump's administration. Reliability, uncertainties about the alliance policy this is not related to AI issue, but the latest example could be the President Trump's last-minute curtailment of the annual Uchi Freedom exercise. So I'll stop here. I also believe that AI interoperability is the way ahead, that we have to build our alliance together. But then there's trust issues and the alliance policy of the government are things that we have to manage more carefully. So if I would end with a quick question to both of the panelists, would be, so would this wartime operational control, is it an enabler or more of an obstacle to building this AI interoperability? And my second question would be, how do we then really navigate the sovereign AI narrative? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions from the floor, and obviously we don't have time to ask all the panelists all the questions, so let me just be selective in curating this. And so one of the questions to Scott is this: if in the near future, US and South Korean military authorities analyze the same intelligence, and they reach a different decision, as I said, but North Korea has a different mindset about using AI. In other words, how do we deal with both a North Korean AI offensive against South Korea, while at the same time we also have to cope with AI-driven technologies and decision cycles between the US and the ROK. And to Colin, the question is, if you mentioned, for example, that the US could negotiate some type of a big deal with China on future AI governance, and I believe that that would be good for humanity on the whole. But if that is possible, are you a little bit concerned that the Chinese will be totally trustworthy? Will they be able to share all of their inner concerns with whoever the American president is? And how will that US-China big deal impact countries like the ROK? And to Bjorn on my left, the question here is, how trustworthy do you think the Americans look at allies today? And this is not just because of President Trump or what he said recently on the exercise, but has the US view on key alliances and allies shifted in your view, in your opinion, over the last 4 or 5 years? And how is this going to impact the future of AI cooperation between the US and critical allies in the region, whether it's the ROK or Japan or Australia, et cetera? So as you think of those questions, who is ready to go first? Scott, go ahead.
I'm going to take the prerogative of the microphone if I could, just because I was trained as a China specialist too. I'm going to hopefully not steal anything from my fellow panelist, Colin, but I do want to say, just as a quick point, we have been in a place before where we have talked 15 years ago in the early Obama administration about the possibility of a G2. That ultimately morphed from the Chinese perspective into the, quote, new type of great power relationship, which is a Chinese strategy to try to present to the world a future where there is a condominium, where the United States needs China to address global financial rebalancing, terrorism, climate change, proliferation, you name it. Beijing wants to present itself as the only peer of the United States and the necessary partner with which Washington has to negotiate. An approach which would then exclude, marginalize, and drive wedges in U.S. alliances. The last U.S. administration, correctly in my view, emphasized that the United States' allies and partners are our asymmetric advantage in negotiating with China. They strengthen our hand. They reinforce the fact that this is not a world where the United States is an exterior power coming into the Indo-Pacific, but rather a resident power with long-standing interests. So I do think that the notion that we have to negotiate with China and that everybody else will just be takers, which I don't think is what Dr. Kahl is saying, but I think there's a narrative out there that Beijing will want to push, that that's the direction we have to go in, carries enormous risks. To your other question about what happens if, I'm going to maybe mischaracterize, Jolene, but you said something like North Korea is launching an AI attack. I'm not sure exactly what that means because I think AI would be controlling platforms, or maybe you mean a data poisoning. I'm just not sure what it means, but, and South Korea and the US in looking at the incoming attack, using AI perhaps to inform our decision making, nonetheless arrive at different conclusions about how to respond. Welcome to the history of the US-ROK alliance. When North Korea was attacking South Korea, in the case of the Cheonan, when North Korea was attacking at Yeonpyeongdo, the United States and South Korea arrived at very different conclusions. Go back to the 1960s with the Blue House raid. I mean, the United States has traditionally been urging South Korean restraint out of a fear of escalation. South Korea has frequently had debates about if the alliance doesn't deter this attack, what good is it? We've been here before, and with cyber and missile threats, we've already faced threats that are not marching on Seoul, but are rather potentially flying at ballistic speeds or at, or coming over the web at a very fast rate. So I don't think there's a lot of difference here. We've dealt with different perspectives before. We will have to deal with it in an age of AI.
Yeah, I mean, my position on the US-China conversation on AI is not that the United States should be seen as chasing China for some grand bargain on AI. I think that would be a fool's errand. My experience is also that if China perceives that the US is desperate for some deal with them, they will try to extract concessions in other areas, right? So, oh, you want to talk to us about cyber AI risk? That's great. First, you have to give us concessions on Taiwan or export controls or tariffs or whatever. We shouldn't play that game with Beijing. But it is the case, like it was with the Paris Climate Accord, yes, you need the world to come along, but a necessary condition was to get the two biggest greenhouse gas emitters in the world to have a bilateral understanding first. And in this case, when the best AI models in the world are being produced by American and Chinese companies, and they are being served overwhelmingly by US and Chinese hyperscalers, it is a necessary, if not sufficient, condition to get the two superpowers to have a conversation. So I think it's not a grand bargain, it is a modest but meaningful conversation. And that what we should be aiming for are things that we shouldn't have to trust China to do anything other than to do things that should be in their interest. They also shouldn't have an interest in a catastrophic loss of control incident that targets China's critical infrastructure. They also shouldn't have an interest in a non-state actor creating a pandemic that kills tens of millions of people. And those are the types of conversations that I think we can have with Beijing without making a bunch of concessions to them.
John?
About the question about U.S.'s perspective on the alliances, I think this is more of a structural phenomenon. Shortly put, U.S. is faced by multiple peers or multiple nuclear problems, and this drives United States to demand more from the allies. And I think this is exactly translating into President Trump's alliance policy, which is allies take the primary responsibility of their primary threats, while US will provide critical but more limited support. And I think South Koreans, and myself and my colleagues, some would disagree, but I think we have been moving towards taking more roles and taking more opportunities. For instance, when it comes to China, I think this was from Moon Jae-in administration that we began to, for the first time, include peace and stability of Taiwan Strait in our joint statements. This is, for me, a big start. And then I could also share a very interesting survey result from latest East Asia Institute. The respondents, South Korean respondents, about 85.6% of respondents reply that they see China to be posing threat to South Korea. And I don't have the exact number. I think it was 78.6% of South Korean respondents who answered that they see China as a military threat. So there's a room for development, and yes.
It really is something that I think many outsiders don't really realize, is the depth of not anti-Chinese sentiment, but the fact that after THAAD, I think South Koreans had this wake-up call that China is not always this benign, cultural, economic giant that is willing to trade with us. And obviously, they're cajoling North Korea, and they do all sorts of, whether it's cyber attacks, and the list goes on. I want to go back to this question of AI sovereignty, quote unquote, and let me ask all three panelists, and this is from the floor, how can South Korea deepen AI cooperation with the US for all the obvious reasons that Colin and Scott have just mentioned? But does this mean that Korea will continue to be, quote unquote, AI dependent on America? In other words, we want more autonomous defense capabilities and relationships, which is what Mr. Trump also wants us to do. But in this new AI race, isn't America calling for greater dependence on the part of its allies? So can I ask Pion to go first?
Well, I think, frankly speaking, I think our professor from the earlier panel today, Kim Dae-sik, talked about that we should not try to beautify the phenomenon right now. And structurally, I think there is still a big gap between what US has and what South Korea can do. Exemplary case is our military satellites. South Korea has been putting up 5 military satellites. They are up in the air, but 2 of them are in a little bit of malfunctioning. There's one key component in the movement of the satellites, which is the control moment gyroscope, CMG. And each satellite has 4 parts, but two of those 5 satellites have this malfunctioning CMG. So if we want AI autonomy or sovereign AI, how do we get the intelligence? The natural and the more rational option is relying on cooperating with the United States. And that's a fundamental place that we cannot but work together. But in terms of data or models that we want to keep some sort of our own territory, of course that we can do. But we need to acquire capabilities, build a structure so that if there is a wartime, we can plug in, use each other's data, and succeed in this AI-enabled warfare.
Yeah, I mean, I think Russell talked about this during his presentation too, and our colleagues at Stanford have done a lot of good work on AI sovereignty. Look, if AI sovereignty means AI autarky or complete independence, probably no country in the world is capable of that. Even the United States, relies on the Netherlands for EUV and relies on Taiwan for leading-edge chips, and Korea plays a key role in HBM, and there's so nobody is truly independent. But even at the outer edge of it, there are only two countries that are capable of really dominating the AI stack to the degree of being meaningfully sovereign, and that's the United States and China. So for everybody else, especially among middle powers, that are nevertheless using, I think, the politically salient rhetoric of AI sovereignty, I think what it means is not independence, but reliable interdependence. That is, who is your trusted network of allies and partners that you are doing this alongside and with? And that will either be a US ecosystem or a Chinese ecosystem. There will be countries that try to pivot back and forth, but I think over time that will become more difficult, frankly. But I think for South Korea, the question then is, how do you ensure that your country can make sovereign decisions, that is, advance your national interests, have political autonomy, even though you are to some degree dependent on others for certain aspects of your national security? And here, I think the most important thing, and this has positioned South Korea better than almost any other middle power in the world, is to use the incredibly influential role that South Korea plays in the semiconductor supply chain to make sure that the influence is going in two directions, right? That it's leverage, it's real leverage. And that you can make decisions alongside and influence the decisions the United States makes, even as you maintain certain dependencies on the United States. Last point. The critical requirement from a national security perspective is not independence, it's a degree of assured access and resilience. That is, you do need to hedge against the possibility that you lose access to something that you're dependent on. So you have to build the de minimis national infrastructure. You have to have access to open weight models that can provide a plan B if you lose access to plan A. But I'm confident that countries like South Korea can position themselves to be meaningfully sovereign in that way.
Well, thank you, Colin. But before I go to Scott, when you go back home, Colin, please tell Nora that her dad did okay on AI. So I'm sure she'll be very pleased that her father really had some really good ideas on AI. I hope she sees this after it's recorded. So Scott, on to you.
Thanks, Jungmin. First, I think I'd echo everything that Colin said. How can you deepen AI cooperation with the United States while avoiding being AI dependent? You can't. I mean, but neither can we. To Colin's point about the importance of South Korea's high bandwidth memory, in the Taiwan context, we talk about that as Taiwan's Silicon Shield. No one uses that language for South Korea, but it's really just as essential. And it's important that the United States audiences recognize the centrality and importance of the Republic of Korea's security to that of the United States. This is not a favor that we defend South Korea. It's in our own national interests. In terms of what that means for South Korea, this is really more like a rheostat. You can dial it up or dial it down. It's not a light switch that goes on and off. There's no world in which South Korea ever becomes autarkic, independent, autonomous, totally disconnected, but there's not for us either. There's sensible ways to what we might call de-risk or manage risk, and Colin laid out some of the good ones, but it's not a world of decoupling. Decoupling is what we want to do with PRC AI.
Pion, any thoughts on this question before I close the panel?
Just one quick comment. One great conversation that we had last night was sovereignty as outcome. I think as we cooperate, utilize the technology so that it benefits both countries, inevitably and in the end, we will be able to make sovereign decisions, defend against our primary threats, and that's something that's interest to all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to end the panel earlier than planned because I always believe that there should be a hard stop after a long, hard day. Let me just thank again our friends from the Munhwa Ilbo for sponsoring this year's Munhwa Future Report with an outstanding panel in the first session, equally outstanding panel in the second session. But let me conclude by adding this. In Korea, everything is political. Nevertheless, my personal view, AI is not and should not be. Because if we are going to have even a small chance of being on the right side of the AI race with our American allies and partners in Japan and in Europe, for example, it must not be political. And I think that's the key message that I believe that this year's Munhwa Future Report will share with our viewers in Korea and abroad, and that Korea, as our two panelists have mentioned, can play a crucial role in becoming a critical wingman with the US in the race for a secure, interoperable, and shared AI. So on that very positive note, I'd like to conclude this panel. Let me thank Colin and Scott and Bjorn for your truly great contributions. I'm not saying this just because I'm chairing this session, but it was really a knowledge, I guess, gaining session. So I hope all of you will return safely to your homes, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the profound discussions, passionate discussions as well. 네, 정말 열정적인.
That was passionate discussion. Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause once again. Please go back to your seat, please.
Thank you very much. 네,
This brings us to the conclusion of all the scheduled program. Let us give another round of applause to everyone who shared diverse perspective and insight through their passionate presentation discussion. I hope that this forum can produce a meaningful research so that we can achieve the growth and security at the same time and bring a brighter future for Korea so that we can gain stronger growth. This concludes all the presentation and sessions we prepare for the 2026 edition. We will come back with more in the following year. Thank you so much for your kind participation.
네, 가시기 전에 놓고 가신